Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Ms. Clerk, first item.
Mr. President, one item, the amendment to be printed, or excuse me, motion to be printed from Speaker Arch. Mr. President, concerning the motion to override Legislative Bill 814, pending was MO 1151, motion to override the governor's line item veto in LB 814 in section 254, Agency 72, Department of Economic Development, Program 601, Community and Rural Development.
Senator Walls, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support to override the governor's veto to remove funds from the workforce housing. Appropriate housing availability is a continuing problem for Nebraska. And as a realtor, I have seen a dramatic decrease in the available homes for sale over the years. Time and time again, we see our buyers getting into bidding wars for the one house that might fit their family's needs. And Senator DeBoer understands this firsthand as we have been house hunting together. So we've been on a journey. The majority of homes for sale often have multiple offers and buyers end up significantly overbid. Many buyers usually settle for a house that needs substantial investment, both in money and time. I'd like to share some of the statistics of the housing market in my area. In Fremont, the population is about 27,000, and as of yesterday, there were 148 listings on the MLS. However, 81 of those listings were lots, and only 67 of those listings were homes. So it's not a lot of homes available compared to what there were on the market a few years ago when the average was about 150 to 160 homes. 19 of those homes were ranged from 100,000 to 250,000, which I consider workforce housing, but mostly those homes are bought up by investors. There were 35 homes listed between 250,000 and 400,000, which is the average new home sale price. And there were 12 homes that were available between 400,000 and $1.7 million. There's a lot of manufacturing opportunities in Fremont, including structural components, Jayhawk Boxing, Holstone, Lincoln Premium Poultry. Also, we have Fremont Contract Carriers and other large businesses. So there's lots of opportunity for employment and growth. In Valley, the population is a little over 3,000, and there were only 15 homes available. And listen to this, colleagues. Out of those 15, only 2 homes were priced under $800,000. That's not affordable housing. The manufacturing opportunities include 3M, Belmont, Valley Irrigation, Blazer Manufacturing, and Aero Industries. In Scribner, the population is about 814. There's 1 house available. Manufacturing opportunities include Central Valley Bag, Lando Frost, Bowman, Hunkerman, and Polster Manufacturing. And in Hooper, where the population is 843, there are 2 houses available and plenty of manufacturing opportunities. So as you can see, we have a lot of good opportunity for employment, but not a lot of great options for available housing. I think we're all aware that we have a housing issue in each of our communities. And the problem seems to be twofold. The first is the high cost of labor and materials that makes it difficult for builders to construct affordable housing. Secondly, housing is unattainable for the average Nebraska who earns $75,000 or less a year, but spends more than 30% of their gross income on housing, leaving them with less money for other necessities. I have heard from a number of local businesses and constituents in my district who are concerned about this issue. I think we all want to see our communities grow and thrive.
1 minute.
And housing is vital to making that happen. I hope you will support overriding the governor's veto and invest in Nebraska and the people who live here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McDonald, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I have an article dated February 15th, 2022, Flatwater Press. Rural Nebraska's housing crunch is costing towns new residents who have nowhere to live. Nowhere to live. Costing towns residents who have nowhere to live. Job creation is the easy part, said Dan Mullock, Executive Director of Nebraska City Area Economic Development Corporation. Without housing and childcare, it's nearly impossible to attract workers to Nebraska's smaller towns, he said. Housing construction in Nebraska slowed after the Great Recession, when the sudden drop in home buyers ended up in the U.S. construction industry. From 2010 to 2019, only 46,000 homes were built in the state, less than half the number built in the decade before. We are behind. We were behind 5 years ago. We are falling farther behind. And the idea that if we're talking about how we're going to effectively use taxpayers' money, this is an investment. This is about an economic development. This is about giving people somewhere to live based on the ability to grow those jobs and make sure that they have an opportunity to move into these smaller towns. The data is there. You can't disagree with the numbers. And earlier when I handed out to make sure that everyone understood the difference between the idea of, well, people were mentioning, well, we have $200 million for this. We are not talking about these different categories of housing. We're talking about actually the idea of rural Nebraska's housing crunch is costing towns new residents who have nowhere to live. I mean, it's right here. I'll hand out the article. The statistics are there. We have an opportunity to take a step, and this isn't even solving our problem. Earlier, there was some discussion about $8 million left, and that is accurate. But that $8 million is not going to solve our problem. At this point, we need to send a message to the people around the state that we're serious about this. We're serious about growing our state, and the idea of us investing in workforce housing will help that growth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I shared this with Senator Holleran, or he shared with me, that generally nothing one says on this floor in debate changes anyone's mind. So I would ponder this, that I would guess that not one person has listened to any of what was spoken about this has changed their mind. But I have a couple of questions for you to answer. One of them, the first one, what happens when government gets involved in anything? What happens? The cost goes up. Example, education. Government gets involved, education costs more. Insurance. Government gets involved, insurance goes up. Housing. Government gets involved, housing goes up. And we talk about workforce housing, and I've said this before on the mic. I said it a lot when Senator Stenner was here. In my opinion, workforce housing has wheels under it. That's where you start. That's where you start. You buy that one, and you work your way up from there. So the whole concept of what we're trying to do by the government building houses is foreign to the free market enterprise system. It's more like socialism. So I don't understand why we think it's the government's obligation to build houses which make houses cost more. Except the only reason I can think of is that's what we've always done. I gave you an example how to do that in Gordon, Nebraska. They've given us the roadmap how to do that. No one wants to listen to that. The problem we have a broken system. Our taxes are too high. We have our foot on the throat of the economy with our income tax and our property tax and the way we tax people. So if we remove our foot from the throat of the economic engine, all of a sudden, some of these issues solve themselves. And until we get ready to fix and have enough intestinal fortitude to fix our broken tax system, we're going to continue to do the kind of things we're talking about here today. So if you haven't looked at the EPIC option, take a look at that. That is a solution. But we don't do solutions. We do Band-Aids on an amputation. And when I asked the question in appropriations, how much money would it take to solve the housing problem in Omaha? The witness described it this way: $17.5 billion would solve the problem. I asked, would you come back for more money if we gave you enough? How much is that? And the answer was $17.5 billion. It's not the government's job to build houses. This is not about how much money is available for workforce, medium income, or whatever you want to call it, housing. This is a decision whether the government should build houses or not. That's the question. Are we a free market enterprise system, or are we socialism? You decide. It's not the government's job to build houses, and I will not override the governor's veto on this one. Thank you.
Senator Vargas, you are recognized. This is your last opportunity.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this is a conversation about how we make investments and how do we incentivize the types of things that we want to see. We do this all the time. We do it with many different programs of economic development. This is not any type of handout. This is a program that looks to leverage matching funds. These programs have been successful. And in terms of this idea that this has always existed, this is a newer program that was created in 2017 and then in 2020, both of which were created to then meet a specific need of incentivizing the kind of housing that wasn't being developed. And there is a calculable impact in terms of the number of units that were created. As I mentioned earlier, there was about 900 units created and more that are being constructed right now, about 400 more. If you're even looking at trying to extrapolate the impact of what this or these types of programs are doing, they're incentivizing housing development that is accounting for estimated about 15% of the new housing we're seeing outside of some of our metro areas right now across the state. So we will see that decrease of about 15% when we're not funding these programs in new housing options across the state. And it's very targeted. They get to choose based off of a competitive scoring rubric on which projects are going to work the best. And I handed this out. Hastings Economic Development Corporation, which operates in Adams County, was awarded $850,000 in 2018 with matching funds of $950,000. The resulting total fund was about $1.8 million. In 2018, the organization awarded a $900,000 loan for 84 new multifamily units and $900,000 loan to build 24 new single-family ownership units in the city of Hastings. The project cost about $12 million. Both projects were under construction throughout 2019. No additional investments were made, and other than those investments, the additional project costs came in, adjusting a little bit for the reporting costs. But what we ended up seeing was multifamily units and 24 new single-family ownership units creating in the city of Hastings. And Holdridge Development Corporation, they were awarded about $320,000 in 2018 with matching funds of $500,000. The resulting total fund was $819,000. And in 2018, the agency committed to invest $800,000 in construction loan to build 8 new single-family home ownership units in the city of Holdridge. Lincoln County Community Development Corporation, which operates in Lincoln County, was awarded nearly about $160,000 in 2018, which matching funds of $280,000, resulting total funds of $436,000. They used this money as gap financing to build 4 new multifamily units in the city of North Platte. These project costs totaled about $400,000, and the new construction was made. These are just examples of some of the types of programs. I'm saying this because there's questions about what kind of developments are made or the impacts of the developments, the private money that's leveraged. This is a program that works. We clearly have a need. You're hearing it from all the chambers. You're hearing it from the realtors, home builders, League of Municipalities, many others. There are all 20, 30 plus different organizations listed. And it's about whether or not we stand by the investment we made in the budget or we don't. That's what this is about. I'm asking for your support for LB 814, specifically overriding on this specific item for workforce housing. And I appreciate the dialogue today, and I'm hopeful to get your support on this to support these really effective and wonderful programs. Thank you.
Senator Blood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in favor of the override for workforce housing. And the reason that I stand in favor is because for decades, we knew this was coming. And for decades, we ignored the issue of workforce development. And what we continue to do and are getting better at, though, of overcoming, is that we continue to try and make up for it, but we're still kind of eating the elephant one bite at a time. So we still don't have a comprehensive approach, but I am thrilled that we are starting to move forward on this. And I would like to briefly respond to Senator Erdman's comment. You are right. More government involved in things is wrong. Parents lost their rights this year. Women lost their rights this year. We decided we were doctors. Government should not be involved in our everyday lives. We need to stay out of it. I absolutely agree with you, Senator Erdman. Thank you for sharing that today. And I would also like to remind everybody how much we talked about women and children earlier in the session, and what a shame it was that our previous motion to override did not pass. And many of us will have very long memories that will always remember that that did not pass. And it's really unfortunate we can't do better here in Nebraska. Here's an opportunity for us to do better today. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no one left in the queue. Senator Clements, you're welcome to close on motion 1151.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to motion 1151, and I would like to make some comments about that. Senator Breezy and I were discussing this earlier, but I'd like to reiterate that according to the fiscal office, there's about $8 million of unobligated rural housing funds that are yet to be awarded. It may be awarded shortly, but it's still not going to be used until the next fiscal year, starting July 1. So it will carry into fiscal year 2024. Similarly, there's 2023 middle income housing of about $21 million that has not yet been obligated. The bill says that unexpended cash funds for rural workforce housing is hereby reappropriated after June 30th, 2023. The unexpended middle income workforce housing investment fund is on June 30th, 2023 is hereby reappropriated. And so those funds are still available for housing. Then today's green sheet, if you look at the bottom of the page where the cash reserve fund section, the bottom of the page shows $769,833,000 of projected ending balance of the cash reserve at the end of the biennium. And I'd like to read from the governor's veto letter. It says, to preserve our cash reserve fund, I have vetoed $10 million of cash fund appropriations in fiscal year 24 and 25 for rural workforce housing, $10 million appropriation in fiscal year 24 and 25 for middle income housing. This will preserve our reserve funds and avoid flooding the housing market with government subsidization. The cash reserve green sheet of showing about $770 million is well below our goal of $900 million I was hoping to end the session with. That's $130 million short. And it would help some. The the veto would help by $40 million, but we're still going to be below the $900 million. The one of the reasons that we've talked about We had funded the Perkins Canal project to save the water in the South Platte River, $575 million. The prison, $95 million. And those came out of the cash reserve. And this housing money is coming out of the cash reserve, or would. And the revenue projections are still stable, and we were able to fund that over $600 million out of the reserve this year. And I believe it's reasonable to think we'll be able to allow for housing to be considered in 2024 from the cash reserve funds. And so I do oppose the motion to override. And I would, for those reasons, I think it's prudent to save our cash reserve. There have been other years when we skipped a year on the housing funds. There are housing funds carrying forward. And I ask for your no vote on the motion to override. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, the question before the body is MO 1151. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
25 ayes, 23 nays, Mr. President, on the motion override.
The motion is unsuccessful. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the Appropriations Committee moved to override the governor's line item veto in LB 814, Section 35, Auditor of Public Accounts, Program 506, State Agency and County Post Audits, Section 36, Auditor of Public Accounts, Program 525, Cooperative Audits, MO 1149.
Senator Clements, you're welcome to open on motion 1149.
Thank you, Mr. President. The third item today is on the committee report, item number 3, auditor staffing and professional development. It shows the section numbers in LB 814. And that includes state agency and county post audits and cooperative audits by the auditor's agency. The veto would restore the following amounts: general funds, $848,703 over 2 years; cash funds, $340,132, total of $1,188,835. The vote in the committee was 5 in favor, 3 no, and 1 not voting. That's the committee report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator DeBoer, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I am in full support of this veto override for the auditor's office, not because of any particular personality in the auditor's office or anything like that. Auditor Foley and I do not agree politically on many issues, but he is in charge of a very important office that we all really ought to be supporting. We've just had a huge influx of cash from the federal government in the last couple of years, and knowing where that money is, knowing where the interest from that money is, knowing how we can get that money to the right places in the very short timeline that we have to do that without getting federal clawbacks. These are very important things. We have to have an accounting, a knowledge of where our money is. We have to be able to do these audits. We have to know what all is going on financially. in our state. Somebody said a second ago, well, why would you suddenly give more money to the auditor, give the auditor a bigger raise than you give one of the other departments or something like that? And that's precisely because of all this money that has come into our state from the federal government in recent years, and because of the surplus that we had in our state. We've spent it all, but that we had in our state, we've got to keep track of this money. We need to have more folks in the auditor's office to help us to do that properly. And, you know, it used to be, there was some statistic I saw, there used to be 60 members of the auditor's office, and now there's only 40 or something like that. So we actually have brought this number way down. This would bring it up a little bit, but nothing like it used to be. We would still be under those historical numbers. This is something that needs to be done this year. We talked about the other things, and they said, well, you could put it off a year, you could put it off a year. We could do it in the mid-biennium budget. This is not one of those things. This is one of those things that we need to address right away, and make sure so that the people's money is being kept track of, so that the people's money is not being used wrongly, so that the people's money is not just sort of sitting idly by somewhere and we don't know about it because we haven't been keeping track. All of this money that has come into our economy in the last few years, we need to be able to measure it, to watch it, to see that it's getting out, when it's getting out, where it's going out, to whom it's going out to. All of these things are things that can be done by the auditor's office. This is not an issue of left or right or anything like that. This is an issue of good government. This is an issue of being responsible and adult in our governing to make sure that the auditor's office has the resources it needs in order to take care of all of these funds that we have had and we've been asked to steward over the last few years. So I will encourage all of you to vote with me to override this veto. I do think that this one, I understand there's arguments against the other ones. This one is just common sense. We need to make sure that when we've had a significant increase in the amount of work that is going to need to be done in order to keep track of this money and be good stewards of this money, this is something we ought to be working on together. So I encourage your green vote on this override motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boer. That was well said. I appreciate that, what you said. Let me just share a little history about the current auditor. It's a rare time when we have an opportunity to have someone be reelected to a position they once held that they did an outstanding job in. Outstanding. Perhaps the best auditor this state has ever had. That's a proven record. He was there, he did it. The letter that you may have received from Lee Will on what the auditor's office actually has in funding was somewhat misleading. It spoke as if he was going to grow his staff from 45 to 54. That's not the case. He's asking for two more auditors, two. A lot of auditors have left his office because in the other group, the other agencies have an opportunity that they work for the union, they get a 22% increase, and some of his past employees were offered $20,000 to $30,000 to go to another agency. So we've cannibalized his agency at the sake of others. Let me share a couple of things about what has happened in the auditor's office over the last 4 or 5 years to explain to you that the auditor will bring in far more revenue than we're possibly going to appropriate with this override. In 20, the auditor's office brought in 1.5 million, 21, 1.75, in 22, 1.56, and it's estimated in 23 to be 2.35 million. Then a cumulative balance in 20 was 60,000. The balance in 21 was 244, including the 60. And in 22, it was 485,000. they left it and projected it to be flat from there going forward. I think Senator Bohr described exactly why we need more auditors. He has shared with me that it's been 10 years since the Department of Education has been audited. In general, it's about 5 to 7 years before each agency of the state gets a look at. That's too long. We cannot afford to tie the hands of the one who's going to determine where all the money went, as Senator Bohr described. So this is a common sense approach. This is not adding 14 employees to the auditor's office, which the letter kind of indicated that that's what it was. They didn't exactly say that, but they left you to believe that to be the case. That's not true. It's 2. The majority of the rest of the money is to help catch up with the raises that he needs to give to the employees that he currently has in the PSL so he doesn't lose more employees. It's very simple. Very simple and straightforward. So what I'm asking you to do today is vote to override the governor's veto on the auditor's office, allow him to have the latitude to hire the people that he needs to do the jobs that we're going to ask him to do. And as you can imagine, a good auditor, no matter what we pay him, is reasonable or cheap. It's time for us to step up and support his agency so that he can report to us that we know exactly where the dollars went. If you don't care how the money's spent, you don't care to know if it was spent correctly, then vote to sustain the veto.
1 minute.
Otherwise, if you believe that it's necessary, we know the truth about the spending, then this is your opportunity to fix that and vote for the override. So join me in voting green to override the governor's veto. I'm sorry it came to this, but that's the way it goes sometimes in government. Sometimes you have to make a change, and this is a chance for us to do that. Thank you.
Senator McDonald, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the override of the governor's veto. Mike Foley, most of us have gotten to know in one way or another. His experience right now in state government is matched by none based on serving as a state senator, serving as our auditor, serving as our lieutenant governor. So the idea when Mike Foley comes in front of us and tells us what he thinks he can accomplish with overall a minimal amount of increase in our budget, I believe him. I believe him, and it's based on looking at those, making sure that we're being effective and efficient with every taxpayer dollar. Earlier today, Senator Lippincott handed out a letter from Mike Foley to all of us, May 31st, 2023, signed by Mike. Being able to hire, train, and retain a well-qualified staff is critical and effective oversight of government finances to ensure taxpayer money is being spent appropriately. As recently as early 1990s, the state auditor's staff consisted of 60 professional auditors. Over the years, that number has dwindled to 40 to 45 professionals due to minimal increases in appropriate resources, while state government expenditures have skyrocketed. If you look at the chart on your desk, you can go through that. Many large state agencies are now audited every 5 to 7 years or longer, leaving serious financial problems undetected for extended periods of time. According to the negotiated collective bargaining agreement with NAEP, Nebraska accountant job classifications are set for a salary increase of 22% as of July 1st. However, the state auditor staff is not covered by the new salary increase in the NAEP contract. In recent times, experienced state auditor staff have been recruited to work for other state agencies and receive salary increases of $20,000 to $30,000, thus impairing the mission of the state auditor's office as highly trained staff depart. Based on the proposed biennium budget, our total general fund budget request amounts to 0.02% of all appropriations. To put that in context, if you were to allocate just 1% of the appropriated dollars for audit purposes, the state auditor budget increase would be $150 million. The general fund override motion is for less than $1 million. The small financial impact of passage of this overall override motion would in no way jeopardize the legislature's goal of significant tax relief this session. Effective auditing exposes significant waste and inefficiencies while enhancing transparency of government expenditures. As the state auditor's office has demonstrated time and again over the years, inadequate funding jeopardizes the ability of the office to continue providing this essential service to Nebraska citizens and legislature. We take great pride in fulfilling our mission to perform independent, accurate, and timely audit reviews or investigations of financial operations of Nebraska state and local governments. We hope you consider voting yes on this on the state auditor override motion signed Mike Foley, state auditor. He's using facts, he's using his experience to make sure that his staff is adequate and fairly compensated to do their jobs. I ask you to please vote for motion 1149 to override the governor's veto for the state auditor and for the citizens of Nebraska based on transparency builds trust, and the state auditor makes sure that transparency is there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Reapy, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak on behalf of Mike Foley. I usually start with people that I want to relate with is on their character, and I think Mike Foley has the highest standard of integrity that I can describe, and I respect and appreciate him very much. I also like to point out that as a state, we have a budget of over $10 billion each and every year, and that requires oversight and auditing. One of my two examples that Senator Erdman talked about, and that is that the Department of Education has not been audited for 10 years, and the last audit was conducted by Mike Foley and his staff. A second concern that I have, and this came through DHHS, was we recently approved a SNAP program, and the federal funding for that is supplied, but there was going to be a $500 and some thousand requirement for administration. And lickety split overnight, DHHS came up with $550,000 out of some side drawer someplace, the way that I read it. That's not DHHS's accountability to do that. That's this body's, and we need to be able to have a greater audit over, particularly, I would say, DHHS and also education, to make sure that we're living up to the expectation of those who elect us and send us here to office. So that's where I'm at, and I intend to vote for the override, and I thank you very much for your consideration. I yield my time.
Senator Linehan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Jacobson, for reminding me where we are. I'm not going to support this override. I greatly appreciate the abilities of the state auditor. He has many years of public service. He's dedicated, I don't know exactly how old he is, but many years. He was our auditor. He was in the legislature, as lieutenant governor, and now he's been reelected as auditor. So this has nothing to do with how well I think he will do that job or how much I respect him. However, I've also spent many hours in session with the governor's team, and they have worked tirelessly to accomplish a lot of great things. And I know they're trying to do as much as they can and make everything happen. So I'm going to stick with their plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ibaugh would like to recognize some guests seated under the south balcony. Krista Zobel, Isaac Zobel, Eli Zobel, and Eden Zobel, all from Davie, Nebraska. Welcome. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be really brief here. I did meet with Auditor Foley. I agree with Senator Linehan. He's very, very good at what he's done, what he does. He's been a state senator. He's been the state auditor. He's served as a lieutenant governor. He knows state government incredibly well. The interactions I had with him as a state auditor, he's very thorough. He knows where the bodies are buried. He knows where to look. My conversation with him this morning, and the reason I'm going to vote against the override, is because I believe Mike Foley will operate that department much more efficiently because he's been there, done that. He knows what to look for. He's incredibly good at what he does. I think he's underselling himself in his abilities to get the job done with fewer people and do more volume. This happens all the time in industry. I can tell you in the banking industry, you bring up someone who's never served as a CEO before into a brand new organization, he's going to need all the help that he or she can get to make it work. You bring in a seasoned veteran who's been around the block, and I can tell you can operate much, much more efficiently. I have a lot of confidence in Auditor Foley to get the job done. I don't think we're talking about a lot of money. I do think if there is a problem that he runs into, I'm confident that the governor will work to find the funding, or they'll work for the funding next year. The message has been sent, the question's been raised, but as I said before, I'm going to support all the governor's vetoes for all the reasons that were brought forward. There are dollars there that could be used. I have a lot of confidence in Mike Foley as an auditor, and I know he'll figure it out and make it happen. And for that reason, I'm going to vote against the veto override. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McDonald, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason I'm going to disagree with Senator Jacobson is based on, I believe, Mike Foley. I believe that if he sincerely felt, with his vast experience, I do agree with Senator Jacobson on that he's got more experience than probably anybody right now as an elected official in state government. I believe he would have told us that. I don't think he would come in front of appropriations and say, this is what I need, and in reality wouldn't need it. I just don't. I think with his experience of being the auditor, of being lieutenant governor, being a state senator, I think he's taken it extremely serious, and I know he wants to protect the taxpayer dollars, and I believe this is what he's asking for is exactly what he needs to be successful. And if he's successful as the state auditor, that makes us successful as the state of Nebraska. So I believe that Mike Foley has sincerely asked us for what he needs to be able to do the best possible job. I'm not saying that he will not give us 100% if we do not override the governor's veto and do the best possible job he can do. But what he's saying is, give me these tools and I can do the job that this state deserves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Brandt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are three branches of government. There's judiciary and executive and legislative. The auditor has access to all three. The auditor is our insurance for the taxpayers of the state of Nebraska. All is well. When I worked in private industry a lot of years ago for IBP, we had our own auditors. And for those of you that have worked in industry, nothing strikes fear into the heart of a department as having an auditor show up. And then that auditor writes a report, and then they give that department a chance to rectify or defend what they did. And at the end of the day, they issue a final report. This is critical to the state. This is no place to cut money. We really need to support this override. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak again, but I think it's necessary we have a little more discussion about what exactly this is and what are we going to do here. There are some of you that are sitting on the fence and you haven't decided how you're going to vote. There's some of you who are thinking, if it gets close, if it's 28 or 29, I may vote yes. It's time for you to make a decision. Senator Jacobson and I agree on almost everything, almost always on the same page. I don't agree with Senator Jacobson today. Saying because Senator Foley, Auditor Foley is very efficient in what he did the last time, he don't need the extra employees to carry out the job that we're asking him to do. That's the wrong approach. The approach is to give him the people he needs to do what we're asking him to do. And so if you vote to sustain this override, and in the future you want information about where the money went, how it was spent. You want an agency audited. You have concerns about how the money was spent. Don't come to me and say, wish we had that information, but the auditor couldn't get it done because he didn't have the people to do it. This is a decision you're making today, long-term effect on what's going to happen in the audit division of the state. How long did it take him with the Department of Transportation before he discovered the discrepancies there? Shortly after he took office. It'll be the same way, and Senator Brandt described it exactly right. When the auditor walks in, people get concerned. So today is the day to help the auditor accomplish what we're going to ask him to do in the future. And if you're worried that you got pressure from somebody to vote a certain way, you are elected to come here and make a decision on what is appropriate and what is correct and what needs to be done. Whoever might be putting pressure on you didn't vote for you. They did not elect you. Those people who did are expecting you to do the right thing. And the right thing is to make sure that the money that those people that pay taxes sent in to us, we can guarantee them we've spent them the way they ask us to do that. And unless we can verify the fact that it was spent correctly, you can't answer that question for them. And so this is a serious situation we find ourselves in today, and it's not vote against the veto override because someone told you not to do that or told you to do something else. You need to vote green on this one. In my opinion, this one shouldn't have happened. This one should not have happened. As I said earlier, with the past performance of the auditor that we currently have, one would understand that whatever appropriation we make for that agency will be spent correctly, appropriately, and efficiently. It's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. He's never done the job before. He was here 8 years before. He's a known commodity. His agency will run smoothly and he will be efficient. And as I said last time on the mic, he will bring in more revenue than we're ever going to appropriate for him. If you believe that, if you believe what I've told you to be the truth, vote green. And when you go home tonight, you'll feel good that you did something correct today. Thank you.
Senator Halloran, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's an inscription on the entrance to the Capitol. In the watchfulness of its citizens in Nebraska, salvation is in the watchfulness of the citizens of Nebraska. Now, citizens they can't have access to the books. They can't have access to how the money's spent, where it's going, where the interest is going. And they depend upon the auditor like we do to do his job. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the auditor's office, that the salaries are brought up to a level where his staff can't be cannibalized by other agencies, and he has the adequate staff to do what he needs to do. There's no need for me to repeat, but I will. The integrity of Mike Foley is a given. His talents as an auditor is a given. He's proven himself. But we need to be able to give him the tools. And this is a minor thing that we're giving him, but it's bringing him up to a level where he can do his job correctly. So I encourage a override of this veto, and the citizens of Nebraska will thank you for that because they're watching.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Clements, you're welcome to close on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a committee recommendation, 5-3 and 1. A yes vote would retain the auditor's budget. A no vote will reduce the auditor's budget partly by the amount of the governor veto. Thank you, Mr. President. I request a call of the House.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
36 ayes, 2 nays. Place House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Lowe and Sanders, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator Lowe, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator Clements, we are missing Senator Lowe. Would you like to wait or proceed? All unexcused members are now present. There has been a request for roll call in reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting no. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Mosier, not voting. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Ibach, voting no. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Hansen, not voting. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, not voting. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Dover, not voting. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bosson, not voting. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Vote is 31 ayes, 14 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to override.
The motion is successful. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, some items quickly. Your Committee on Judiciary, chaired by Senator Wayne, reports Legislative Bill 184 to general file with committee amendments. Additionally, committee report from the General Affairs Committee concerning a gubernatorial appointment to the State Racing and Gaming Commission. Concerning Legislative Bill 814, Mr. President, Senator Dungan would move to override the governor's lie down and veto in LB 814 in Section 21, Supreme Court Operations.
Senator Dungan, you're recognized to open on motion 1148.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today asking for your support of motion 1148, which is an override of the governor's vetoes for various Supreme Court operations. In this motion, there are two distinct items that are contained in that. The reason for that, colleagues, is when these things are vetoed, if they get vetoed in one line item, then in order to override it, both must be a part of the override. So my portion of this is the portion that pertains to payment for court interpreters, which I'm going to speak more to here for a little bit. And then I'm going to turn the mic over to my colleague, Senator Dorn, here in a little bit, and he's going to speak more towards his component to make sure folks understand that. But I want to start by talking a little bit about court interpreters. I know we had this discussion during the conversation with regard to the budget, and 31 of you voted to include in the budget an amendment that would agree to appropriate a certain amount of funds to make sure our court interpreters are paid. Colleagues, we have a very dire and serious problem here in Nebraska with regard to court interpreters. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this, but we are actually at a crisis point where court interpreters who provide necessary and statutorily obliged services are getting to the point where they're unable to maintain their court contracts and are actually at a point where we may not have court interpreters moving forward. The main question I get asked is how many court interpreters, certified court interpreters, do we have in Nebraska right now? My understanding as of today is that we have 30. That's it. We have 30 certified court interpreters who are currently exercising court contracts and are certified through our state to provide those services. I heard today that one of them is actually leaving at the end of this year because they're not making enough money. So we're going to have 29 court interpreters for the entirety of the state that are certified. That is a huge problem. In my conversations, excuse me, with the certified court interpreters, the main reason that is given, if not the only reason, for our lack of having new court interpreters and increasing the amount of people we have there is money. When the court interpreters became a program that we had here in Nebraska, they were paid really well, and we were actually a bastion of places that people who were certified court interpreters wanted to come and work because they knew that we not only had good services, but we paid well. However, the last time that court interpreters had a pay raise here in Nebraska was 2004. So it's been 18 or 19 years since there's been any increase in pay. That means there's been no cost of living increase. There's been no increase based on inflation. They've not received a pay increase since 2004. And because of that, we have seen a lack of people becoming court interpreters or certified court interpreters. My understanding is the last time we had a certified court interpreter in Nebraska get certified was 2016. So it's been since 2016 that anybody's even stepped up to become a certified court interpreter. And colleagues, that is a huge, huge problem. We have a statute, Nebraska Revised Statute 252401, that says it is hereby declared to be the policy of this state that constitutional rights of persons unable to communicate the English language cannot be fully protected unless interpreters are available to assist such persons in legal proceedings. So the legislature got together and actually said that it is the law of the land that we ensure that there are certified or capable courts interpreter services for folks involved in the justice system. May 2023 commemorated the 50th anniversary of the Supreme Court recognizing language access in the courts. The U.S. Department of Labor projects the need for court interpreters is going to grow 17% from 2021 to 2031. What we know is the current demographics show that 11.8%, so almost 12% of Nebraskans speak a language other than English. And we know that between 2019 and 2022, the number of languages interpreted in the courts and probation cases increased by 32%. So we are seeing on one hand an increase in the need for interpreter services, and on the other hand, we are seeing a stagnation or actually even a decrease in the providing of those services. And so in my conversations with the court interpreters and the organizations that are currently providing those services, it's my understanding that if they don't receive even a meager increase in pay to try to keep them up with the cost of the time, we're not going to have interpreters moving forward. And my concern, colleagues, is not to scare people, but it's to say that we will actually have a crisis on our hands in our courts if there are not certified court interpreters that can provide those services. You're going to end up with people having cases continued not just for days, but for weeks to get court interpreters there. And what that ultimately means is you are going to end up with a vast increase of costs to the counties and to the states. So we are going to see the increases of states and counties continuing these cases time and time again, when it would actually save us money to give this small pay increase to the court interpreters. So I've talked to the Supreme Court. Corey Steele and a number of people from the Supreme Court were in favor of this being added into the budget. I have spoken with them, and they are also in favor of this override, if for no other reason than it is integral that we actually ensure our court interpreters receive a pay increase here moving forward. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have with regards to the necessity for court interpreter services, but this is not a partisan issue, and this is not something that I think it would just be nice to have. This is something that we absolutely need to do here today, or we are actually going to have a crisis on our hands. I did hand out to everybody a color sheet that had some numbered bullet points on there that talk about the current pay and some concerns the Supreme Court had moving forward. I would ask everybody to take a look at that. It does a really good job of explaining the issues before us. And so hopefully folks can take a look at that. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me those off the mic or on the mic. But colleagues, I would urge you to vote green on this motion, both for my point and for Senator Dorn's, which I'm going to yield to him in just a second. It's necessary that we do this to continue serving the public through our court systems. With that, Mr. President, I'd yield the remainder of my time to Senator Dorn.
Senator Dorn, 3:45.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Duncan, and thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, he was correct. There was a line item in the budget in the bill itself, 814, which was vetoed. As part of that line item, the total dollar amount needs to be, I call it, reinstated if this is overridden. And part of that is the bill that I had for ex officio clerks. What that amounts to is many counties have district court clerks that are elected. The state the counties pay the salaries of those people in that, and they run that program. What ex officio is the counties that aren't large enough, that do not have an elected person, they are still in charge of somebody in that county. Generally, it's the county clerk is in charge of doing the district court duties or whatever. They work continually with our court system here at the state of Nebraska, and their issue that they face quite often is they don't have enough, I call it business in the district court, to be knowledgeable and to be skilled. There are approximately 30 to 34, I think, ex officio counties that have ex officios as their district clerk. 11 of those, I think 11 or 12 so far, have come into our court system here, and our court system here under the Supreme Court is now running those programs. That is a cost to our Supreme Court. That's a cost savings to the county, but that's a cost to our Supreme Court. They originally came and asked for $1.8 million for each of the next 2 years. In the budget process through the Appropriations Committee, we put in $500,000 for each of the next 2 years, and that is why the ex officio part is also a part of this possible veto override. So just a little explanation there. There are more counties, ex officio counties, coming on all the time into the court system because they just do not have the expertise, the knowledge, or sometimes the funding to deal adequately with running a district court in their county just because of the size of the county. Thank you very much.
Senator Bosin, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duncan asked if I would speak on behalf of some of the perspective of the county attorney's office and the court process that we use interpreters for. Prosecutors do rely on these court interpreters to communicate with both witnesses and victims regarding communicating when trial is going to be, when testimony will be necessary for them to show up. I've consistently found these individuals to be professional, unbiased, and necessary for everyone to be able to rely on and trust the court process. So those services, they'll often meet with us before the trial begins so they can have that relationship with the individual that they're testifying on behalf of or relaying testimony on behalf of. And it's a service that sometimes you almost have to have two interpreters present because one has to be providing services if the defendant speaks a secondary language other than English, or if English is not their primary language, excuse me, and then also for any witnesses, and they have to be separate. So those are some of the reasons that interpreters are often necessary for trials in more than one individual. So with that, I will submit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Bosin submitting on her argument. That's a little inside joke, I guess. So I rise in support of Senator Duncan's motion to override. And I also have experience in courtrooms with interpreters. And it was just pointed out to me that I do appreciate Senator Duncan's handout, but his interpreters are for other languages other than English, but as well as for deaf and hard of hearing. And this veto, we've had a lot of conversations about vetoes today, about holding the budget firm and making sure we can do all the great things that we want to do and make sure we still have enough money in the cash reserve. But this would be charitably described as penny wise and pound foolish, because this is a cut of a small amount, $200,000 a year, that allows our courts to function. Not just function more efficiently, which it does, but to function. If we don't have court-certified interpreters, courts cannot have hearings. If courts can't have hearings, then things get kicked down the road. And obviously, justice delayed is justice denied. And so we would be denying people access to justice. But each one of those delays is costly to the state, because the state in a criminal prosecution sends a prosecutor, there's a judge, there's usually a court reporter, there's a bailiff, there are sheriff's deputies in that courtroom. All of those people are paid. And then, of course, there can be a public defender or a court-appointed counsel, who is also paid by the state. And so all of these costs are incurred whether there's a resolution or some action taken. And when we do not have adequate court interpreters there, the hearing cannot go forward, which means you get everybody there, everybody's dressed for the party, as it were, and we can't go forward. And so then we have to reschedule and come back and find a day that works for everybody and find an availability of an interpreter. And so if we do not catch up to give a raise to the court interpreters, fewer and fewer people are going to do this. And we have a larger and larger need for this service because it's not just Spanish that we're talking about, but there are a large need for other languages as well across the state. And whenever we don't have an official interpreter there, you can't have a hearing. So this is an investment in our courts functioning. This is an investment in justice. This is an investment in efficiency. As Senator Erdman correctly talked about on the override for the Auditor of Public Accounts, that this is about making sure that these people, these professionals, do not get poached away by some other profession because they can make more money doing something else. And they will do that. They will stop coming and spending their time in courts if they can't make a living doing it. And this is incredibly important to our criminal justice system and to our other courts as well, to make sure that they can function, that we have approved court certified interpreters. So I would ask for your green vote on the motion to override the veto. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of Senator Dungan's motion and appreciate his leadership and commitment to this important issue. I think that this opportunity to restore funding for court interpreters, as we committed to each other, as we committed to our constituents during the course of the budgetary deliberations, is important. And it stands as part of a longstanding effort and commitment by the judicial branch, by the Bar Association, by other stakeholders to ensure that we are doing all that we can to ensure access to justice, that we are doing all that we can to ensure equality under the law. And in order to make sure those key values are not solely platitudes, but are realities, we need to meet the moment with funding. So that means ensuring that we have the tools and resources requisite to guarantee access to justice and equality under the law for all Nebraskans who are seeking services within our judicial branch. That includes being thoughtful about access to justice for low-income Nebraskans. That includes ensuring access to justice for Nebraskans who are differently abled, who either have a visual impairment or who are deaf or hard of hearing, or who speak a different language. We know from the court's work, from the Access to Justice Committee, from the State Bar Association, and from stakeholders that work in our judicial branch day after day, how important it is to ensure we have these resources in place so that we do not end up not only with justice delayed or judicial inefficiency or additional wasted costs or incurred in that regard. But we need to make sure that we have these services readily available so that we're not falling short and, in fact, risking any potential civil rights issues when it comes to providing accommodations for those that are differently abled or those that speak and utilize a different language, which then can raise concerns about cultural discrimination, ethnic discrimination, or national origin discrimination. So it's very important that we have resources available to make sure that our interpreters can do their job, which is intertwined with the ability of all stakeholders in our judicial branch and our criminal justice system to be able to do their work. This is a very, very modest appropriation that could go a very long way to helping to make sure our courts work and that all Nebraskans have access to justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Raybold, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this funding for the courts and for certified court interpreters. I know this is essential not only in Lincoln and Omaha, but in communities like Grand Island, in Columbus, where we have increasing populations, a lot of Hispanic and Spanish speakers are needed in these communities. I can tell you that my husband was a former certified court interpreter. He's also an attorney. And it's a very rigorous, demanding process of screening and testing to be a certified court interpreter. I haven't watched my husband in action in court, but I had the privilege to be in court one day in Columbus, Nebraska, to watch the certified court interpreter, and they're amazing. They do simultaneous translation. They interpret right there to the judge what the individual is saying, and then right away interpret what the judge is saying to the individual. It's amazing. It's stressful. And so in order for these people to be gainfully employed, they do need a raise. They work incredibly hard. They have to study incredibly hard to be accepted as a certified court interpreter. Most importantly, you know, the city of Lincoln and other communities are recognized as refugee relocation hubs. We need more people in our state. We need more people to help those people who get in trouble or need services. And I can think of no more need for court interpreters in working with the courts, in addition to the probation and parole officers, and making sure that they know the guidelines and the requirements for them of their terms of release. So it's invaluable. We are a growing community, and I see the need out there, and I hope you vote support for this. I think it is a modest sum to ask for continued funding for the certified court interpreters, increased funding, because we have an increased need and demand. So thank you very much.
Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of the discussions we had when the governor came out with his 22 vetoes. We had brought some to votes in the Appropriations Committee, and this was one of the 8 that we had on our original list we discussed. And if you look at the dollars over the 2-year period, approximately $400,000. But if you look at the impact and where they've been for the number of years and going back to 2016 and not adding any to that number, knowing that number of approximately 30 is short for what we need currently for the state of Nebraska. And now looking at their wages and retaining those good court interpreters, I think is essential. And for the people that are actually the attorneys in this body that have been through that process and do this for a living, and they understand the idea of where they are. As Senator Kavanaugh said earlier, you know, you're all dressed up, nowhere to go, based on they have to stop the process just because they don't have that ability to communicate. And then you put yourself in that position of that person that has been charged and they can't communicate to voice their innocence. I think that's a mission of the government to make sure that this is as fair as possible. And without that communication, we know that's not happening. So we're not in a situation where, hey, they've been doing great. This is the X number. The individuals do a great job when they're doing their work, but they haven't been to where they should be since 2016. They haven't grown, and they're not keeping up with the need. I would yield the remainder of my time to Senator Dungan.
Senator Dungan, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate folks getting up and sharing sort of their personal experiences and also talking about the importance of this. And Senator McDonald's absolutely correct that this is a big return on a relatively small amount of money. So the last few overrides we're talking about have been 10 million, multi-million dollar lines in the budget. This is literally, the interpreter portion of this is $400,000 in a biennium. And while that may not sound like a lot to some people, it is enough to help the interpreters continue to pay their bills. It's enough to at least raise that salary, enough to try to keep the interpreters working here and signing up for court services. And so that is a large enough amount for them to continue to work, but it's such a small number in the larger conversation around our budget. And so when we're talking about saving money here and pinching pennies there, I just want to note that the $400,000 fiscal note for this component of Motion 1148 is just incredibly small. But ultimately, you are going to get a large return on that investment. The more court interpreter services we have, the better we can serve justice, the better we can do things in a timely manner. And ultimately, I think the outcome that we're going to see is positive for Nebraska as a whole. Again, I want to reiterate, and I'll mention this again in my closing, we currently have 30 court interpreters who are certified that service the entirety of the state of Nebraska. That number is going down to 29. I keep hammering that home because that is an absurdly small amount of folks servicing a very large area. And so I know there's a couple other people in the queue. I'll let them speak and then I can get up and talk again at my closing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Brandt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Dungan be available to answer some questions?
Senator Dungan, will you yield?
Yes. Senator Dungan, in Lancaster County, how many different languages have you encountered in your time as a defense attorney?
I have personally encountered more than I can count. I know the stat that I had in front of me here is that I think we had 50 languages back in 2019 that they worked with. Now they service up to 66 different languages.
So typically on a non-English speaker, they are brought before the court for a criminal offense. If an interpreter, let's say for Farsi, is not available on Friday morning or Friday afternoon, what happens to that defendant?
What's going to happen in that case is, generally speaking, the case is going to get continued. And so what you'll have in a lot of circumstances, let's say somebody appears and they're about to get sentenced, and that sentence would result in them being released from jail. If the interpreter, and this has happened to me, where you wait around and the interpreter's not there and you pass over the case and you pass over the case, and then ultimately they say, well, I guess we don't have an interpreter here today because they're just too busy and they're elsewhere, the case will get continued sometimes for a week, sometimes as far as 2 weeks. And what that ultimately does is it keeps that person in custody when they would have otherwise been released, costing the county and ultimately the property taxpayers a much larger amount of money than what we're talking about here, given the fact that it costs hundreds of dollars to keep somebody in county jail per day.
So for lack of an interpreter, we're going to spend probably $100 a day to incarcerate that person because we just do not have the means to communicate. Would that be correct?
That's absolutely right.
So really, the amount of money that we're talking on this override will save many times that money. The difference is this. Those county costs are absorbed by the local property taxpayer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So if the state can help our local property taxpayers by passing it, this would be a win.
I absolutely believe so.
All right. I would encourage everybody to vote for the motion to override. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to motion 1148. I'd like to read from the governor's veto letter. I have line item veto general fund appropriations in fiscal year 24 and 25 for additional funding to the Supreme Court, including $500,000 per year to assume additional ex officio clerk services. Part of the section 21 that is proposed to be overridden also it was for ex officio clerk services and costs on behalf of county district courts, then continuing $200,000 per year to increase funding for court interpreters. So it's really $700,000 per year is what's involved here. And he finishes by saying the Supreme Court has enough funding to manage potential increases in demand for these services. And in LB 814 on page 8, section 21 says unexpended appropriations on June 30th, 2023 is hereby reappropriated. So the court has carryover funds, and the money that they have, excess money unexpended on June 30th, will be carried over, ability to spend in the next biennium. And there is enough funding, according to the governor's budget office, for the court to fund this out of existing funds. And I urge your no vote on MO 1148. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Duncan, you're recognized to close on motion 1148.
Maybe. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would just, again, ask you for your green vote on MO 1148. To respond to Senator Clement's points, I think that's a discussion that I've been having with both the Supreme Court folk and the governor's office and the interpreters for the entirety of this conversation is, well, people have said to me as we've talked to other people in the body, doesn't the court already have enough money to pay for this? In raising that question with Corey Steele and other people who work in the language access services for the Supreme Court, the issue with that is twofold. One, the cash fund that the Supreme Court currently operates with sort of in the background is obligated to a number of other services. So there are any number of programs, whether it's helping first-time attorneys get up on their feet if they're doing solo practice or other attorney services programs that cash fund currently goes towards. So it's essentially obligated to a number of other programs is what was represented to me. That's one problem. They can't just take away from those and give it to interpreters. And two, the other problem with using what's currently in that cash fund to increase salaries is it's not an ongoing sustainable increase in the base rate pay. So what I mean for that is when, everyone knows when we talk about this budget, what we're doing is we're creating a new base rate that continues on into the future. It creates sustainability and it creates reliability, where court interpreters can say, I know for a fact, based on the budget, that my pay rate is going to be insert number here. If you're utilizing the cash fund that the Supreme Court currently has and injecting that into the services for certified court interpreter pay, it's not part of the budget, so it's not assured moving forward, and that's part of the problem, is it would essentially be a one-time payment, but it's not a sustainable movement moving forward, which doesn't create the exponential growth with interpreters that we actually need to see in order to get more of those services here. So while I understand there is some concern that the Supreme Court has not spent down their cash reserve, or their cash fund rather, when you speak to the people who work with that, they will tell you exactly the programs that's currently obligated for and why that's not a sustainable way to continue to pay court interpreters. And so I do understand the concern, and I spoke with the governor's office and other folk about that. And I do hope that no matter what happens, we continue to have conversations about paying court interpreters. But what we need to focus on here today is the problem that's immediately in front of us. This is a dire need that we can't say, oh, we'll figure it out later moving forward. If we don't override this portion of the veto, I have a legitimate concern that we're going to see court interpreters leave this job en masse in the next week. And you're going to see backlogs of cases getting continued time and time again, which to Senator Brandt's point is going to end up costing local property taxpayers a ton of extra money, because you're going to see people whose cases get kicked down the road. You're going to see people who stay in jail who could have been released otherwise. And frankly, you're going to see victims and you're going to see prosecutors unable to get the benefits for those victims, as Senator Bosin so nicely pointed out, because the court interpreters do more than just represent defendants. The court interpreters represent or work with everybody in the program. They help interpret for depositions. They help interpret for victim impact statements. They help for everybody along the way. And it's a really scary idea that ultimately we're not going to have court interpreters who are certified working with those folks to ensure that victims and everybody are getting the services they need. So in the larger scheme of things, the $400,000 for the biennium for my component and the $500,000 per year for Senator Dorn's component are a very, very small drop in the bucket of our overarching budget, but they represent an absolutely necessary increase that we need to see here today, or I genuinely do think we're going to have problems on our hands. So, colleagues, I'm asking you to consider voting green on motion 1148 on the override for the court interpreters. And Mr. President, I would ask for a call of the House and a roll call vote, reverse order.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk?
21 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call.
I was just thinking if we kept it mostly Omaha area,
Yeah, I think so too.
then we can excuse whatever.
Okay.
We give them some days.
Yeah. What, like Friday, Saturday? And what was the... There's been a request for roll call, reverse order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Reapy, not voting. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting no. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Hughes, not voting. Senator Holdcroft, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Hansen, voting no. Senator Holleran, Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Dover, Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Breezy, not voting. Senator Brewer, Senator Brewer voting no. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bosson, not voting. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting no. Vote is 20 ayes, 23 nays, Mr. President, on the motion override.
Motion 1148 is unsuccessful. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, next item.
Raise the call.
Senator Walls would move to override the governor's line item veto in LB 814 and Section 13 Legislative Council Program 122 Legislative Services, Section 14 Legislative Council Program 123 Clerk of the Legislature, Section 15 Legislative Council Program 126 Legislative Research, Section 16 Legislative Council Program 127 Revised Statutes, Section 17 Legislative Council Program 129 Legislative Audit, Section 19 Legislative Council Program 405 Office of Public Counsel, Section 20 Legislative Council Program 638 Fiscal and Program Analysis.
Senator Walls, you are welcome to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask your support today to override the governor's veto of staff salary increases. I understand the executive board voted this morning to give 15% increases this year and next, and I appreciate Senator Breezy's commitment to this. I did have a conversation with Senator Breezy, and I understand that next year's increase would come out of carryover funds. He said he did feel comfortable that we had the funds to do that. But colleagues, these funds are not meant for staff salary increases. These funds are meant to help our body function better. For instance, upgrading technology, such as the screens you see above the president's chair. We use carryover funds this year to help move the appropriations hearing room and to make better accommodations for our public. In addition, we are already committed to using these funds for replacing the legislature's laptop computers, senators' offices, and divisions, staffing for the video archive library in the clerk's office, funding for the NCSL pay and classification study, annualizing the pay advancement approved in January 2023 and pay advancements in January 2024 and January 2025. So we've already made commitments to using these funds. These dollars have not been used in the past to fund staff salaries and should not be used for staff salaries in the future. We are all on the same page here, I think. We know our staff salaries must keep up with the private sector. We all know how much our staff do for us every day. Extensive research, juggling our schedules, constituent communications, numerous meetings, preparing us for introduction of bills, and much, much, much more. We are fully aware of the impacts that term limits have had on our legislature, and included in that is the loss of institutional knowledge. Institutional knowledge is absolutely essential to this building running smoothly, and we need to ensure that staff have incentives to stay in the positions they're in. We need to make sure that staff are compensated properly for the work they do for us every day. Again, I'd like to reiterate, this motion would have the dollars for the next year coming out of general funds, guaranteeing staff increases happen instead of our carryover funds. I know there are a few legislative resolutions that were introduced regarding improving technology, making accommodations for Nebraskans with disabilities, and ensuring proper public input. All of these are essential for the unicameral to continue working for the public, and I'm concerned these carryover funds wouldn't be available to make changes. Colleagues, this is not a political issue. It's not a partisan issue. This is sensible. Let's do the right thing. Let's guarantee our staff receive the increases they deserve. Yes, Senator Brewer, even Tony. And let's fund it properly using general funds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. I am not in support of this override, and I think Senator Breezy is probably in the queue after me. Would Senator Breezy yield to a question?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Are you in the queue after me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. This was my bill. I was very happy to introduce a bill to increase legislative staffs. We have to do that. When we lost legal counsels last year, it was very difficult, was almost laughable at what we could pay. So this is an important bill, but I think the chairman of the executive committee agrees with the governor that there is funding already we have that we can afford to do this. So Senator Breezy, would you yield for another question, please?
Senator Breezy?
Yes.
Senator Breezy, am I correct in that you believe we have the funding for this?
Yes.
Okay. I know I didn't give you a heads up, but I would yield the rest of my time to you because I think you know this best as chairman of the committee. But every staffer who's concerned about this should not be concerned. You're going to get your raises.
Senator Breezy, 3 minutes 40.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Linehan. And I agree 110%. Staff should not worry about this. We are committed to getting this done. In his veto letter, the governor indicated he did this because there is an abundance of reappropriated funds available within the Legislative Council to cover this. And I've spoken with the governor, and he's reaffirmed his belief that we need to honor our commitment to these staff salary increases. And I believe that as well. And I think I can speak for the entire body in saying that I think the entire body believes that as well. But as the governor indicated in his veto letter, the Legislative Council has a surplus of reappropriated funds available to cover this. And Lee Will sent out some information also. And Lee Will, the budget director, he indicated on behalf of the governor that our staff, quote, deserves the salary increases, unquote. And in fact, the executive board met at 8:30 this morning, and one of our action items was to vote to approve the 15% raises in each of the next 2 years. And we voted to do that unanimously. And that really demonstrates our commitment to seeing that these raises occur. And as far as I'm concerned, it locks in those raises. And so the only question is, where does the funding come from? According to the Legislative Fiscal Office, at the end of the current biennium, the Legislative Council will have approximately $9.5 million in carryover or reappropriated funds available. Prior to the governor's veto, that amount would be drawn down to about $7.2 million as we use those funds for a handful of other items. And I think Senator Waltz hit upon some of those items: pay advancements, replacing laptops, a video archives, things of that sort. But even after the governor's veto, we can still use those excess funds to cover the cost of the second year of salary increase. If we use appropriated funds for this purpose, the amount of reappropriated carryover funds would still be over $5 million at the end of FY25. Now, again, Lee will since put some information out that shows those numbers being substantially higher. But I think there's a little discrepancy in how some of those things were calculated there. Maybe certain things were not included or were included on one or the other. So I'm not really going to compare those. But in the fiscal office's conservative estimates, we're still going to have over $5 million at the end of 2025 if we use reappropriated funds to ensure that this happens. And I would submit to you that that is a substantial cushion.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, in a budget that currently sits at about $24 million. And if something would go haywire, I would suggest that we can simply return to the Appropriations Committee in January and ask for a mid-biennium adjustment, and we might do that anyway. So really, even though anyone is welcome to try to override this veto, I would submit to you that it is not necessary. And would Senator Clements yield to question?
Senator Clements?
Yes.
Senator Clements, thank you. As chair of the Appropriations Committee, it would be your intention, I assume, to do whatever it takes come next January to ensure that these staff salary increases are kept in place, correct?
Senator Breezy, you're now on your next time.
Thank you.
Yes, in the committee, we discussed this veto. In the committee, there was strong support in the committee to restore the funds if needed, if the carryover isn't enough. But my information agrees with yours that the carryover funds will provide the 15% in the second year. The governor left in the first year for 15% already.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And as you say, the 15% wasn't touched by the first year's wasn't touched by the governor's veto. It's simply the second year. And again, so the only question before us is what funding source do we use to pay for it? And I think either way, I submit to you that we have ample funds, ample reappropriated funds in the Legislative Council's budget to do this. And again, in the extremely unlikely event that we would have an issue, we can go to the Appropriations Committee, and we've just heard from the chairman indicating that there would be widespread support to ensure that this is taken care of. And some have suggested, well, we go ahead and do that. We could limit ourselves on funds for other needs that we might have. But again, a $5 million cushion on what currently is about a $24 million budget, I would submit to you is an ample cushion and should take care of us. And again, we're going to be going to the Appropriations Committee year after year requesting sufficient dollars to take care of our needs. And so with that said, I don't support the effort to override the governor here, but I wholeheartedly intend to ensure that staff salary raises are kept in place, and we will honor that commitment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senator Wall's motion, and I appreciate Senator Wall's bringing this. I appreciate Senator Linehan originally bringing the bill, and I support giving our staff the raises that they deserve and that we've promised them and meeting our commitment to our staff. I think it is extremely important. They do work hard. They are underpaid and often underappreciated, so it's extremely important. But I think equally as important is that this body needs to stand and assert itself as an independent branch of this government. This is inappropriate for the governor to come and tell us how to spend our money, how to go into our cash reserves when, as Senator Walls just correctly pointed out, there are intended purposes for that money. And to tell us that we should spend this money differently and that our staff raises should come out of that. We are a co-equal branch of the government, separate from the governor's office. There's far too much talk in here about acquiescing to the desires of the governor. And when it comes to the auditor's office, the governor should stay out of the budget purview of the auditor's office. They serve an important role in oversight. The governor should stay out of the budget of the legislature. We are a separate branch of government and should be treated with respect. And this body needs to assert itself and stand up and say that we are in charge of the legislature, not the governor. So I know everybody here, a lot of people have made commitments to ride with the governor all the way across all of these things. And that may be okay or just a policy decision when it comes to rural workforce housing, which is one I disagree with, but that's different. That is the give and take of this process. But when it comes to how we run the legislature, we should be the ones who decide. When it comes to whether we give our staff raises, how we give our staff raises, that should be up to us, and it should not be the governor giving that input. So I support this override because our staff works hard, they deserve these raises, and we're going to have trouble keeping and retaining talented people in this body to do the hard, thankless work that they do if we don't give them these raises and we don't make this commitment and demonstrate our support for them. But we're also going to lose our status as a separate, equal branch of government if we do not assert ourselves when it comes to control of the legislature. So I encourage your green vote for Senator Wall's MO 1155 and supporting our staff. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Frederickson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of Senator Walls' motion to override the governor's veto of staff salary increases. I mean, this has been said a few times in here already, but the staff of the legislature it's absolutely, they're incredible. My first year here, I have sort of seen both on committees, but also in my own office and in other senators' offices and colleagues, how much staff does. And this has, we've talked about this before, but this has been an unprecedented year for so many reasons. We've had tons of late nights, and staff has really truly shown over and over and over again their dedication to the institution, their dedication to us as senators, and their dedication to Nebraskans and the work that they do. I appreciate Senator Linehan and Senator Breezy's comments, and I do believe that what they are saying is true. I believe that they are also invested in ensuring that our staff is compensated well. But I also, I also think it's important that we, I think this is an opportunity for us to show, in good faith that we are intending to do this on a permanent, sustainable basis for our staff. And I frankly, I view this as bigger than a budget line or a bottom line. I think that this is all about institutional knowledge, the continuation of good governance. And these are all things that our staff does. And I know Senator Brewer's staff got a special shout out from Senator Walz, but I've got to brag a little bit. I think my staff is the best in the building. I'm sure everyone thinks their own staffs are the best in the building, but super grateful for them. And I think that this is an opportunity again for us to show that we are committed to ensuring that our staff is well taken care of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I stand in opposition to the motion to override and agree with Chairman Breese that there is adequate funding in the Legislative Council budget. We will be, I understand we'll be buying laptops. There is a 2% pay advancement that's coming in addition to this one. And I understand the clerk's office will have an additional video technician for the online video that's coming next year. And talking to the fiscal office, there still will be funding for the salaries, even with those expenses. And so I urge your no vote on MO 1155. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Apologies, colleagues, for that momentary delay. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I will always, and I think most of you always will as well, stand for our staff. I think we all recognize the importance of our staff. I do have the best staff in the building, but you all have very fine staff too. So I think that we may all be of similar mind on the fact that our staff needs and deserves this pay raise. So I have a few questions. Would Senator Breese yield?
Senator Breese, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Breese, where did the carryover money come from? Was it earmarked for anything?
Earmarked, essentially it was appropriations that were unused over the years. And those dollars, I think it was a handful of years ago, the amount of reappropriated carryover funds was probably in the $4 to $5 to $6 million range. In the last few years, it has climbed substantially to approach the $9.5 million range, and possibly somewhat higher than that.
Is that because we haven't been filling staff positions as quickly? Is that part of the reason, do you think?
Could be part of the issue, yes.
Okay.
I think I've been told retirements have entered into that as well.
Okay. Where is it that, so are those monies going to be sort of siphoned off of any other projects, since we're going to be using them now for staff pay?
No, that would, I'd say short answer would be no, and certainly wouldn't be my intention. And no, it wouldn't occur that way.
So after this biennium, because ostensibly we'll use up those additional funds in this biennium. So in the next biennium, we will be paying for those these staff salaries through the general funds. Is that correct?
Well, that would be my preference at that point. At the end of the next biennium, the upcoming biennium, if we don't override the governor and we fund the staff increases in the manner that I've proposed here, we'll still have approximately $5 million of excess unappropriated funds. What we do with that, we can decide then, but I think it would be my intention to return to the Appropriations Committee and utilize general funds to the extent we can and maintain a cushion, ideally in that $5 million plus range.
What's the largest expenditure? These are carryover funds, but of the funds that we have in the Legislative Council, is the largest expenditure for staff?
Yes, I think that percentage, I think it's 85% roughly of staff.
And then what comes after that? Is that technology, maybe, something like that?
Don't know for sure. I'd have to
Okay.
look at that.
Well, thank you, Senator Breezy. Colleagues, this is one of those situations where there are some questions about what happens in the future. I would like to set this up the way that we intended to from the very beginning, which is we pay our staff from the general funds, which is where we should be paying them from. If we have some carryover funds, maybe we should use those to address some of these technology issues that we're looking at and some of the other questions as well. No matter what, I think we should all, everyone who gets up here, I think will and should commit themselves to the fact that we are absolutely going to do these pay raises. And even with these pay raises, it's not like our staff are going to be making, a ridiculously large salary. This will help. These are very welcome. These are good pay raises. But I think we need to remain committed to looking at these numbers for our staff, not just in this particular biennium, but into the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to thank my friend Senator Walz for bringing forward this motion, and I also want to thank Senator Linehan for her work in bringing forward the original legislation. I know that she stated her perspective in regards to this veto override, but I do lift that because I do think it shows the importance for some of our senior members like Senator Walz and Senator Linehan, who have come together to recognize the importance of ensuring our institution and our staff have the resources requisite to do their job and to carry out their commitment to public service. A couple of additional points that I wanted to lift in this regard that I'm not sure have been clear thus far. Number one, our institution faces the same workforce challenges that many Nebraska institutions, organizations, and businesses face. So with historically low unemployment and incredibly high competition for the best and the brightest, we really need to continually update our compensations and benefits to ensure that we can indeed retain and recruit the top talent in Nebraska to assist us in carrying out the people's business. Additionally, I think one of perhaps the most important untold stories, or a story that's perhaps not spoken of loudly enough in regards to our recent work on the biennial budget kind of writ large, was the fact that we saw considerable increases negotiated for public employees in the state. And a credit to the negotiators that made that happen, from DAS to Nate Bapsme to the governor. And those adjustments, those upward adjustments in compensation were very long overdue, and are incredibly appropriate to addressing the contributions our state employees make. So I do want to note, however, that there may be some legal considerations to it, but nevertheless, the staff in the Nebraska Legislature are not a part of those public employee unions, so they do not benefit from that same sort of kind of across-the-board approach. We also saw considerable raises for public employees in corrections, and appropriately so. And we really need to make sure that we have the ability to do the same for the hardworking staff in this institution. Finally, I reaffirm and share my colleagues' commitment to the importance of this matter in the term limits era. And then finally, would just want to reiterate how important it is that we invest in the legislature in order to keep it strong, in order to carry out the people's business, not only in the term limits era, but because as a unique, nonpartisan, unicameral legislature, historically, and I believe presently, we still have one of the smallest budgets as in comparison to our sister states when it comes to carrying out legislative function. So I think it's very important to recognize how we are already very austere in regards to our treatment of legislative employees and resources. And when you put it in comparison to how other public employees have seen well-deserved increases, where we stand in regards to our sister state, there's no doubt, there can be no question that each dollar invested in the legislature is a smart investment. And I would urge my colleagues to ensure that we take care of our employees by committing ongoing funds instead of utilizing, thank you, Mr. President, cash funds, one-time funds, to have those be committed to ongoing staff salaries. That's just out of alignment with sound budgeting practices. And I think that this motion gives us an opportunity to recognize the contributions of our staff and recommit to a better approach from a budgetary perspective, as we committed to in the original budget deliberations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Vargas, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the override motion. Thanks, Senator Walz, for bringing this. Mine is a little bit, I guess, some nuance here. I supported adding the salaries, at least the authority to support the salaries in committee. I had this conversation with Senator Breezy and the committee at large for the executive board. I also made a statement in front of the executive board that I made a statement in the executive board that it's not whether or not we can afford it in the biennium, which I believe we can. It's whether or not we, as an independent branch, are supporting the funding of our own employees' salaries, and we are saying we support it and following through on it. And the fact that the governor and the administration vetoed it, I think this is to Senator John Kavanaugh's point, on policy issues. So we live and die by the different issues. We fight, we argue, we agree, and they happen. But this is about whether or not we support our own staff salaries and are going to support in the budget. The significance of this is we have said yes to sustaining increases for a whole slew of other things in our budget. I want you to think about every single line item that was increased, either funding to agencies that are increasing their base, salaries to different other employees in different areas, funding to different programs. That's what our budget has been doing. We've been funding things in both of these budget years. We're rebasing, we're supporting it, but we're saying that for this item in the second year, we're not going to support that general fund increase. Now, I understand the rationale that it's being communicated. I don't agree with it, but I understand it, that we will get to it if we need to. If we need the funds, we will fund them. It's not just about my staff. This is about all the staff, and whether or not we are saying this is important for us to then do when we're actually doing the budget, along with all the other things we agreed to funding for both years, not treating our legislative staff on a year-to-year basis and using the reappropriations that have been identified. The second reason I don't support it, or I support the override, don't support sustaining the veto, is because the current funds that exist are not just funds sitting in one account. These are funds sort of by each department within our entire staff. Some of them have more carryover than others. Some of them it's because of open FTEs. Some of that question was asked before. There's at least 16 open FTEs, up to possibly 20 across all staff, legislative, clerk's office, auditor, everything you can think of, all these different staff. We're about 16 to 20 different open positions right now. Part of this carryover isn't happening significant every single year. The carryover also happens, I think it was mentioned in our executive session, about 90%, I would say on average, maybe 92%. In some years it was 95%, where we fully expended all the expenditures within our budget. So we're not going to be seeing a filling up of the $10 million. That doesn't happen every single year. That's been happening for years. So if we use all these funds over these next couple of years on this, maybe the next 2 to 3 years, we will have to fund through the general fund. And my concern is if there isn't enough funds later on, this is the first thing that we say, that we are going to hold harmless and we are just going to keep at a zero level and then not fund it.
1 minute.
Instead, we could fund it here. We could support it in this manner and say that we're not going to just treat it for a year to year or every 2-year basis. I appreciate the work that's been done with the bills that are introduced, the work that we did in executive board, and it is important. But the question is not whether or not solely we just support our salaries for our team members and our staff. It's whether or not we are treating it the same way we treat all the other staff across every single agency, which is we're not going to treat you year to year. We're not just going to ask you to use reappropriations. We're going to fund with the general fund dollars that we have and do our due diligence in that manner and treat everybody, the same. So I understand that, and I appreciate the work the executive board has done to fund this. That's important. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that our staff are also being funded. And again, we're trying to increase our salary staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of motion 1155 for a multitude of reasons. The first, and I think possibly the most important reason, is that our staff deserves a raise. And of course, increasing the salaries is going to help with recruiting for open positions that we have now and in the future, but our staff deserves a raise. And so I think that we should reinstate what we did to begin with when we passed the budget. I additionally support the motion for 1155 because I do think it's a bad precedent to not follow our own budget for our operations. I know the budget on a whole is a negotiation and a balancing act, but I don't believe we've cut things out of the governor's proposed budget for his operations, and I equally think that we should not have things cut from the budget out of our own operation, and that this is an instance in which we should not be getting involved in each other's business that way. So I would like to see the motion to override the veto of the staff salaries reinstated, but really the precedent I think is important, but truly I just believe that they deserve the raise and we should give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Duncan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I just also rise in support of motion 1155 here, if for no other reason than the simple fact that our staff deserves it. I understand there's been conversations that I'm not going to rehash here about ways that this salary can ultimately be raised through other mechanisms, and I do want to thank the executive committee and Senator Breezy for their work on that. And I think when we saw those emails go out, ensuring there would be those raises, it made a lot of people more comfortable. But the one thing I do know is that we have in this building some incredible staff. And this is not an easy job, and it's also not a job that pays a lot of money. I genuinely believe that every single person who's working in this building is doing it because they want to be here. And in a time where we're seeing less and less people civically engaged, and in a time where we're seeing less and less people want to get involved in things like what we do here, we should be doing everything we can to encourage and incentivize more people being involved. I know, for example, my staff does this because they care about this. They love this work and they love what this institution stands for. And when they're trying to provide for themselves and children on this salary, it can at times be difficult. And so, generally speaking, I just think we should be doing everything we can as a legislature to encourage folks to come work here and to make sure the good people that we have working here stay here because they deserve it. So I don't want to belabor the point too much. I know we're getting a little bit late in the day here, but I just wanted to add my voice to the chorus of folks who are saying we have fantastic staff here. They all work incredibly hard, and we appreciate you and the work that you do. And I think that this motion here, this override, would go a long way to both broadcasting that support, but also ensuring that that support is long and ongoing and is sustainable. Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. The ironies of this debate are there. First of all, we have the money to pay the staff. We've always had the money to pay the staff. It was in the veto that there was money there to pay the staff. What are we doing? Senator Breezy, so I don't make a mistake as I did earlier today, would you yield to a question, please?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
How much money do we have in the legislative account?
Reappropriated carryover funds, 9.5 million is a conservative number at this point.
So is this debate about whether we should hold on to $9.5 million we don't need? Because you did say our expenses are covered, right?
Pardon?
You did say that we have enough money to cover the projects that we have signed up to do.
Yes. Well, we're going to take that 9.5 and draw it down to probably 7.2 with some of the new programs with purchasing laptops, the video archive system, and the pay advancements. But that's still 7.2. And again, that's on the conservative end, we think, but it's accurate as far as we know, yes.
So after we pay for the salaries and the things we've already agreed to do, we're still going set on $7.2 million of taxpayer money that we don't really need. We may need in the future, and I believe in having cushions, but we have got $7.2 million of taxpayer money that we aren't going to be using.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Breezy. I know every staffer in this building deserves praise, and they deserve a lot of praise and a lot of thanks for this session. We have been here multiple late nights. Many of the staff have had to stay, especially the staff up front. They have worked tirelessly. They get here before we come in the morning. They have to stay after we leave at night. We had a new clerk that did an amazing job this year under very difficult circumstances. Of course, we all want to pay them, the ones that are here, and we want to be somewhat possible to hire new staff. One of the reasons I'm guessing we have more money, we've had several senior members leave in the last 2 or 3 years, and we know the way salaries work here, the longer you're here, the more you make. So obviously, somebody who's been here for 25 years is going to cost considerably more than somebody who's under 30 years old. I had tremendous turnover in my staff this last year. I have 4 new hires in an office of 5. That's a revenue committee. There's 3 members, all new LA, and thank goodness my AA, who takes care of me and my kids and my everything schedule, stuck with me. So I appreciate the staff. I just don't appreciate somehow that we don't care if we're not overriding the governor's veto. That's not true at all. We can do this without overriding the governor's veto. And we are a separate branch of government. I get that. And I will fight with the governor if I need to fight with the governor, or I don't disagree with the governor, but I don't just make up a problem when there isn't a problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Wisher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the motion to override the veto. And here's where I'm coming from. I recognize that we have the funding available in terms of our carryover funding for the next 2 years to support a 15% increase in the first year and a 15% increase in the second year. I recognize that. That's not where my concern comes, and the reason why I've been adamant in trying to restore what the Appropriations Committee and then the legislature did in terms of our budget. It's more that we are funding what I think a lot of us consider a long-term obligation and priority out of one-time funding. And first of all, fundamentally, I have concerns with that as just the way that you put a budget together. But even beyond that, I'm gone next year. And so what we're saying is we are relying on the future legislature to restore what our previous budget had said we were going to do, which was a 15% increase the first year, and then another 15% increase on top of that the second year. Because what we're doing, colleagues, if we don't override this veto, is we're saying a 15% the first year and a 5% base increase the second year. And internally, we'll handle getting that up to 15%. But the future legislature will need to raise that base. They will have to make that decision. Otherwise, we do not have the funds to continue to fund internally these staff salary increases. And that's my concern, is that I've got a year and a half left. And as somebody who's been a former staff member in this legislature, it is absolutely essential that we prioritize staff pay. And what is driving me in terms of my vote on this is that if we're going to make a commitment to a long-term increase for staff, then it should be reflected in the mechanism at which we are funding this long-term obligation. And if we're concerned about the amount of money that the legislature has in our savings account, then we should just lapse those reappropriations. I mean, that would be the way I would consider doing it. Next year we come and we just lapse the additional dollars that we have. We do that about every 10 years, but we would know for sure that we are doing a base increase, which means that moving forward, what we are voting on in this budget is the long-term pay increases for staff. And that is really where I'm coming at when I am supporting this veto override. But I do want to thank the executive board. And first and foremost, I want to thank Chairwoman Linehan for coming with this bill and prioritizing staff. I remember her talking about this last year, and she put her actions to her words and brought this. But when I'm thinking about my vote here, and I said this in committee as well, that's really where I'm coming from, is I think we should be in our budget this year making that long-term commitment and using the right mechanism for long-term commitments, which is putting in our budget 2 base increases that will go on in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Breezy, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rise once again and just reaffirm our commitment to these staff salary increases. Again, the executive board voted unanimously this morning to put in place the 15% and the 15% for 23, 24, and 24, 25. We are committed to that. The only discussion today is what source we're going to utilize to pay for that. And we're going to be in good shape on that. And if we have any sort of a problem with the legislative council budget, we will return to the appropriation committee. And we heard from Chairman Clemens his commitment to ensure that those dollars are available. I submit to you it won't be necessary, but we will return to the appropriation committee as needed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Walz, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues, again. I appreciate Senator Wishart's comments, and I agree with making sure that we are taking care of our long-term commitments. This motion to override the governor's veto would guarantee that our staff receive the well-deserved increase in salaries using the preferred general funds as appropriate, instead of using the carryover funds that should remain appropriated for things like technology, public access, and making sure that our legislature continues to run smoothly. So with that, I respectfully ask for your green vote. Thank you.
Colleagues, this motion requires 30 votes. The question is, shall this portion of LB 814 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
22 ayes, 21 nays, Madam President, on the motion to override.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, next item, Senator Conrad would move to override the governor's line item veto in LB 814 in Section 252 Foster Care Review Office Program 317 Court Appointed Special Advocate State Aid.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I filed 2 motions to override the governor's veto in regards to critical programs impacting vulnerable youth. I wanted to bring these forward in terms of recognizing the importance of taking care of the most vulnerable members in our communities, and because I think they touch upon a longstanding conversation that we have had in this state, including during this session, in regards to the utilization of general funds versus TANF rainy day funds. So to start out, I just want to commend and recognize the CASA program for their incredible contributions. I know many of us have had an opportunity to see their work firsthand, to attend their events, to hear from their volunteers, and they work all across the state doing really critical, life-saving work, really important heart work when families are in crisis and many times ensnared in systems. And they provide that extra level of care and support to ensure that when families and when vulnerable kids are immersed in those systems, that they have the support that they need to move through those hard times effectively. So I just want to recognize that's at the heart of the work of the CASA folks and the volunteers that are out there. And I know that probably 49 out of 49 of us agree that they do incredible good work in our community. So I just want to acknowledge those shared values kind of right at the outset. But where I think we may find some divergence in our thinking is perhaps how we go about funding some of these critical resources. And I do think that the Appropriations Committee got it right in recognizing the stellar track record this organization has in our state and in our systems, and working to provide some additional resources to the CASA program to help families in need. So that was part of the original budgetary proposal that we put forward. You may remember also, colleagues, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to make a clear record on it, that there has been a long-running discussion about whether or not we can or should utilize general funds to fund things like the CASA program, or whether or not it is permissible or appropriate to use the TANF rainy day funds that we have been building up year over year, because we have failed to modernize our system in regards to providing assistance for low-income working families. So I wanted to file these motions to really lift up the important work of both CASA and then later CEDARS in the next motion that will be before you, and to revisit the importance of the issue regarding fund source, whether that's general fund or whether that is TANF rainy day funds. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't anticipate belaboring the point on either of these motions. I would definitely appreciate your vote in the affirmative, and then we'll have a bit more to say about some of the unique technical aspects in the CEDARS appropriation and corresponding veto on the next motion. But thank you with that, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Conrad, you're recognized to close on your motion. Senator Conrad waives her close. This motion, colleagues, will require 30 votes, and the question is, shall this portion of LB 814 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
17 nays, 22 nays on the motion, Madam President.
The motion is not successful. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Madam President, Senator Conrad would move to override the governor's line item veto in LB 814 in Section 100 Department of Health and Human Services Program 354 Child Welfare Aid as follows. General Fund Program total for fiscal year 23-24 only. Earmark amount in first paragraph, second line. Earmark amount in fifth paragraph, second line.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I appreciate your consideration of the motion before you. This would ensure that the legislature has an opportunity to override the governor's veto in regards to ensuring that we provide resources to an organization that provides services and support and housing for young adults who are pregnant and parenting and who are experiencing homelessness. Most notably, the organization that has committed to providing and expanding those services in regards to this specific underlying appropriation come through the CEDARS program, which has deep roots in our community here in Lincoln and has expanded its reach into many more communities in Nebraska. I had the opportunity to give Senator Hughes a heads up about this, as well as those who represent CEDARS and the Governor's Policy Research Office. I wanted to specifically bring this forward again to highlight, I think, again, our shared commitment to the incredible work that CEDARS does on behalf of vulnerable kids and families. There's no doubt that they are changing lives and resetting the trajectory for some kids and some families who have faced incredibly challenging circumstances and have really committed to living out their values of bold and fierce hope and love and not leaving children behind and families behind, even when they're facing some of the most challenging circumstances. So I can't say enough from a positive perspective when it comes to the work that CEDARS does in our community and across the state. I really appreciate that Senator Hughes was bringing forward a measure to try and ensure that there are resources available, what I see with a reproductive justice lens to support all women and all choices. And when we have young women who are experiencing homelessness and who are also pregnant and parenting, we need to strengthen our safety net to ensure that those families have an opportunity to be successful at those critical stages. So I think that the intent that Senator Hughes and others had in bringing this forward is fantastic and something that we all can and should support. You may remember when this measure came forward during our budget deliberations, there was an amendment supported by the Appropriations Committee to fund the programs and services and new facilities at CEDARS for these purposes, relying upon the utilization of TANF rainy day funds. Myself, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, Senator John Cavanaugh, and others expressed concern during the course of our budgetary deliberations about whether or not that was an appropriate fund source and whether or not, if utilizing the TANF rainy day funds, it was even permissible in regards to the underlying legislation. So we were able to have a fairly spirited debate on that topic during the course of the budget deliberations, and there was an amendment that was adopted in a very strong show of support to change the funding source for that appropriation from TANF rainy day funds to general funds, which was appropriate. So when the governor utilized his veto in regards to this measure, there was also some information contained in his veto override letter, his explanation of veto or message to the legislature, that he was vetoing these funds for Cedars to support pregnant and parenting young women who are experiencing homelessness, and that he would instead take care of this, quote unquote, I believe he said something administratively through TANF rainy day funds or otherwise. And I'll make sure to build a very specific record on that as we move forward. But colleagues, this should cause a significant amount of concern for each of us. And it's not to cast aspersions upon the governor. It is not to revisit some spirited or painful discussions that we had about this in the course of our budgetary deliberations. But this raises significant and serious issues, constitutional issues, about improper or unlawful appropriations, about special legislation, and specifically about the separation of powers. When the legislature clearly, on record, has stated with, I think it was over 40 votes, that we want to provide services and support to this critical program, but we're going to do it with general fund dollars. The governor, I contend, does not have the ability to do anything other than give a thumbs up or a thumbs down with his veto pen. He does not and should not have the ability nor the authority to veto and change a fund source to direct to another administrative idea to provide funding outside of the specific appropriation that we presented to him. So I know it is late in the day. I know it is late in the session. I know some of this is a bit esoteric, but it really is a serious, excuse me, and significant issue when it comes to the separation of powers and the legal parameters surrounding the appropriations process in Nebraska. So I rarely speak from detailed notes when I'm at my time on the mic, but I do plan to use some time today to do that because I want the record to be precise. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Hughes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. President. Okay, so I rise just to talk about this. This was based off a bill I introduced, LB 772, and it would partially fund, with the rest being privately raised matching grants, a grant to construct, or matching funds, a grant to construct a facility that would bring pregnant and parenting teens off the street, homeless, wards of the state, into a program that would teach them the skills they need to stand on their own feet, as well as to be a successful parent to their child. What the program needed is a dedicated facility so that the programming could leverage the space to get more kids and infants off the streets. And right now, Cedars here in Lincoln is doing this type of programming in the limited space that they already have, that they can provide kind of an independent living situation for these young mothers, and just teach them the ropes on just taking care of the home, parenting skills, things like that. The TANF dollars, and I am new to this whole ball game on what can be used appropriately or not, that this was mentioned. It can support, I believe, operations at Cedars. It cannot be used for facilities. So a facility would provide the opportunity to scale the program up. So rather than 3 teenage parents and kids off the street each year, we could get up to 18. And considering it costs the state around $12,000 to reimburse foster parents each year, this program would save the state quite a bit of money, and it was worth investing in. So in short, this investment would more than pay for the $1 million that in general funds that we spend now. Furthermore, as Senator Conrad mentioned, the Appropriations Committee originally included this in LB 814, utilizing the TANF dollars. And then after discussion and debate, it was adopted AM 1736 on a vote of 41-0 to fund it using the general funds. So just that's kind of the history of it. It is a program worth doing, and it is looking forward. It is money saving for the state to help these kids and these parents or kids raising kids get off the street and hopefully learn skills to get them up and going on their own. And it is worth funding in the appropriate way. So if we can get to that, that is the most important thing. Thank you. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of motion 1157. I know that the governor stated in his veto letter that he could use TANF funds. However, Senator Hughes and Senator Conrad stated that we as a body moved this from TANF funds to general funds because it was not an appropriate use of TANF funds. And while I appreciate the governor says that he would give Cedars the money in TANF funds for operations, that is not what their request is for. And therefore, it would be unusual at best to give a nonprofit in Lincoln, Nebraska, $1 million for something they didn't request it for. So I think if we have the intention of giving Cedars the money to build this facility, that we should override this line item and reinstate the intention of the legislature. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Raybold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I just want to review what we've done today. In summary, we have voted no on funding for children's health insurance. We voted no on medical assistance to our communities for our seniors. We have voted no on affordable and workforce housing. We just voted no on CASA, and we know that they do immense, tremendous good throughout the entire state, helping troubled youth and representing them and their rights. And I am guessing that we are just going to vote no on helping Cedars, that does tremendous good helping children, troubled children, getting them back on the right path. And most importantly, this funding would be to help pregnant teenagers to make sure that they can finish their education and have the ability to raise a new Nebraskan. So this reminds me of Sister Joan Chittister. I've read her comments before, and it sort of summarizes maybe the whole session that is deeply troubling and not something that I think Nebraskans should be proud of. And particularly when we say we're a pro-life state, we don't take care of our seniors, we don't take care of our children, we don't take care of the vulnerable in our state, we don't provide housing. This is what Sister Joan Chittister said. I do not believe that just because you're opposed to abortion, that makes you pro-life. In fact, I think that in many cases, your morality is deeply lacking if all you want is a child born, but not a child fed, not a child educated, not a child housed. Why do I think that you don't? Because you don't want any tax dollars to go there. That's not pro-life, that's pro-birth. We need a much broader conversation on what the morality of pro-life is. And I can say as a freshman senator, I find our inability to override these vetoes for our governor who has dedicated and sequestered so much funding and accelerated tax cuts for corporations and for the wealthiest Nebraskans, many of whom don't even live in our state, I find deeply disturbing. We are our own separate branch of government. We should be doing and voting for the things that help our constituents. I'm an urban senator, but I care deeply about what we're doing to our rural communities. But by not funding and fighting for what they're telling us is one of their number one concerns, you can't attract people to our rural communities if they have no housing. These are fundamental issues that we should be focusing on. And I've said it from the very beginning. We should be focusing on workforce. We should be focusing on affordable housing and workforce housing and child care tax credits. I commend our governor for doing something incredibly transformative with cost shifting the funding of public education back to the state of Nebraska. That will help our Nebraska families. But doing the things that the Appropriation Committee has worked so hard on, They spent hours listening to groups and organizations, telling them how they could use this funding to help those in their communities. They had so many more funding requests than what you see before you today that help our working families in Nebraska. And I'm ashamed. I'm deeply ashamed of all these no votes to not override these vetoes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to respond to some of the remarks that were just made and kind of make clear that let's not forget there was $1 billion that went into the Education Future Fund, an additional $250 million a year going to public schools. And the Opportunity Scholarship Program was passed to allow low-income children to attend private schools that they otherwise could not afford to go to. So I think it's disingenuous to suggest that we don't care about educating young people today. As it relates to CEDARS and any of these other programs, anyone listening carefully knows that these gubernatorial vetoes were because the funding was already there. So I don't want anyone listening in Nebraska to come to the conclusion that somehow we're taking kids' money away from kids. We're not. The money is there. That's why the governor went through and looked surgically at these various vetoes and made the cuts where the dollars were already there. As it relates to rural housing, I'm a rural senator. I've got a large number of emails saying support of rural affordable housing. I do support rural affordable housing, but I'm going to give you a little clue here. We have a huge capacity problem right now. We do not have enough tradesmen out there to begin to build the housing that we need. We also have interest rates that have skyrocketed over this past year that has caused housing to be unaffordable. This is a massive problem that we're trying to fix with a very small Band-Aid. There are a lot of things that have to happen to be able to move housing forward. One of the concerns that the governor's had, and I tend to agree with, is that pushing housing costs higher by throwing more money at the problem is not necessarily going to fix it. There's a tremendous amount of ARPA money. Let's all remember that the federal government rained money down on us during the pandemic. Forget about the national debt. I can't even begin to make a calculator go that high. But that money is floating through the economy, whether it's building housing, whether it's building commercial businesses, whatever it's building, that money is soaking up needs and it's soaking up providers that are focused on building projects. And if you look at unemployment numbers, it's not coming down right now in spite of interest rates going higher because we have too much money in the economy. That's an economic problem. Inflation is driven when you have too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. That's what's happening. That's why inflation is stubbornly high. And that's why as interest rates continue to move higher, we're still not fixing it because we have too many resources out there. I think the governor's focused on that, and he's recognizing that and seeing that. So yes, I've supported every one of the gubernatorial vetoes. I will continue to do that because I think he's looked at those thoughtfully and he's surgically gone in and made the cuts that made sense. And we've got the commitment from the Appropriations Committee chair and those on the Revenue Committee that will do what we need to do next year if indeed the demand is there and it justifies doing something. And I believe the governor will be with us as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to try and get through as many of my remarks as I can, but if perhaps I run out of time, I will hit my light again or can do that in my close. But I started off some of my comments this morning in to help us set the table in regards to our work and the appropriate lens and considerations that we should be bringing when it comes to veto overrides, and particularly as part of the budget. So grounded in this motion and all of the motions that we've thus had before us today is a recognition of the separation of powers and the checks and balances that are critical to our democracy and clearly delineated in our Constitution. And I think it's important to note the elegance of the design that ensures that we have the tools available to protect the power of the people and the public interest against encroachment or overreach by any branch of government. And one of the most significant tools available to a legislative body is the power of appropriations, commonly referred to as the power of the purse. And so when it comes to appropriations, only the legislature can appropriate. We cannot delegate that authority to another branch of government, and they cannot encroach upon our ability to appropriate. Now, of course, the governor puts forward a budgetary proposal and has the opportunity to weigh in with his tools and checks and balances, including the line item veto, which is specific to the appropriations in Nebraska. However, with the specific action in regards to the underlying substantive nature contained in my motion here on the funding source for the Cedars home and moving that from general funds to a veto message, which indicates that it will be quote unquote administratively handled through TANF rainy day funds, that really raises significant legal issues and questions. The legislature makes appropriations. Article 3, Section 22 of the Nebraska Constitution designates that the legislature is empowered to make appropriations for the expenses of government. The Nebraska Supreme Court has held that the legislature has absolute power over appropriations, and that no money shall be drawn from our treasury except in pursuance of a specific appropriation made by law. And you can see State ex rel. Meyer versus State Board of Equalization, 1970. How then, colleagues, can our governor claim that he can, quote unquote, administratively handle the funding for the Cedars facility utilizing TANF rainy day funds? There's no basis in law for that. If you look at Section 302 of LB 814 on page 164 of the final reading copy, which purports to delegate to the governor the authority to expend federal money as he sees fit, quote, any federal funds not otherwise appropriated, any additional federal funds made available to the credit of the state treasurer are hereby appropriated to the expending agency designated by the federal government, or if none of it is designated, to such expending agency as may be designated by the governor. This sort of boilerplate, thank you, Madam President, delegation language has appeared in our budgets before, and it became an issue when Nebraska started to receive massive amounts of COVID relief fund while the legislature was out of session. However, it is important to note that this boilerplate language has never meant to be a complete and total ceding of our power to appropriate federal funds, and it cannot and should not be utilized to cede power in regards to the utilization of federal funds in this instance as well. So these issues have been addressed in regards to COVID funding, and a lot of questions were raised. However, some of these questions were not well established through legal challenges thus far. But to go back, it's important to remember.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Conrad, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. The legislature cannot delegate its appropriation authority and power to the governor, period. That's unequivocal. Additionally, in Nebraska, appropriations must be specific. The Nebraska Supreme Court has long ago determined that to appropriate means to set apart from the public revenue a certain sum of money for a specified object in such a manner that the executive officers of the government are authorized to use that money and no more for that object and no other. See State XREL versus Norfolk Beach Sugar Company versus Moore, 1896. Yes, kind of an old case going back there, but important to tease it out. Additionally, all appropriation of public funds by the legislature must be specific, meaning, quote, a particular, a definite, a limited, and a precise appropriation. See State XREL Clinny versus Walches, 1884. Each appropriation must include both the purpose intended for the appropriation and an actual dollar amount in order to pass constitutional muster. See Bolin versus Price, 1935. Friends, I encourage you to vote for this motion because allowing the governor's veto message to stand could set a very dangerous precedent when it comes to the utilization of federal funds. There is no limitation to this delegation to the governor to use federal funds as he sees fit. We should not abdicate our constitutional duty to appropriate and to appropriate specifically. Moreover, the legislature overwhelmingly rejected the notion that TANF funds should be used to fund the Cedars project when it took the vote on May 10th, 2023, 41-0 to 4 in regards to Amendment 1736. Friends, please look seriously at this critical issue. I do not raise it lightly, but I raise it because it is important. This is critical to protecting our separation of powers, to ensuring lawful and permissible appropriations, and it ensures fidelity to our institution, our separation of powers, and should help to carry out the important programming work for Cedars and do it in a way that is not legally suspect or that raises significant policy concerns, as the governor has set up in his veto override message. With that, I am happy to answer any additional questions, but thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Just going back to LB 772 that was brought by Senator Hughes, there was no one disagreeing with the funding of this, from the process we went through with appropriations to the governor's team. The idea was, okay, how can we fund it? Where does that funding come from? So that's when we looked at TANF, and we felt as Appropriations Committee that we could fund it using TANF funds, knowing that we have over $100 million in cash reserve TANF, and we're bringing in $56.6 million a year, knowing that we've spent about 46 of that per year for the last 5 years, and that's continuing going into the future. So the idea of this and how we're funding it, and this governor veto and this potential override, no one has ever disagreed with Senator Hughes' bill. We thought it was a good bill. We wanted to fund it. We still do, and we're going to. And I believe, again, with the governor and his team, we'll disagree. We'll disagree on facts. But I believe when they say they're going to do something, they're going to do it. And that's what we have to have, I believe, at least that trust factor where we can disagree on the facts, but let's not actually disagree on something that we believe that can work, because we all are on the same page. I haven't heard one person disagree with LB 772 that Senator Hughes brought, but I do understand there's hesitance on the funding. But originally, the Appropriations Committee had voted on using the TANF fund for this. Thank you, Mr. President, or Madam President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Seeing no one else, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Conrad, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you, Madam President. And I appreciate the comments from my colleagues in regards to this issue. And as my friend Senator McDonald noted, there is no disagreement. I think there is widespread support for this really, really important work. That being said, it still has to be done in the right way. And I want to ensure that we have a clear record that recognizes that how we achieve that shared goal has not been handled appropriately in regards to our legal framework in Nebraska. So when you look at the veto and the use of TANF monies, the important things to remember are this. On May 24th, 2023, Governor Pillen returned these budgetary bills with various line item reductions. Included in his letter explaining his line item vetoes to LB 814 was this statement, and I quote, "Additionally, I have vetoed additional funding for the Cedars housing facility of $1 million in general funds in 23-24 intended for housing pregnant and parenting homeless youth. Financing operations of this facility is a TANF eligible expense and will be handled administratively instead of utilizing general fund tax dollars." Again, colleagues, you may remember the spirited debate that we had together on this very matter. On May 10th, 2023, during debate on LB 14, the legislature considered a proposal to the budget to permit the use of TANF funds to provide for a grant for a Cedars plan for housing homeless, pregnant, and parenting youth in Amendment 1730 to LB 814. After that spirited debate, the legislature promptly rejected this concept. We rejected this fund source. And we adopted instead AM 1736 to LB 814, which provided that the Cedars building would be paid for by general funds. The vote for that amendment, Amendment 1736, was 41-0 to 4. So what are we to make of Governor Pillen's explanation that the funding for the Cedars project would be funded by TANF funds, quote unquote, administratively? Colleagues, this statement alone does not have legal consequence. When you look at Center Bank versus Department of Banking and Finance of State, 1981, the court held that if a governor returns a bill without his signature within 5 days, it's a veto under Article 4, Section 15. In Center, there was a dispute as to the number of senators that were voting for a bill, and then later whether or not it was properly presented to the governor. The court went on to discuss how the governor returned the bill as a quote unquote clerical function without his signature, expressly stating that the accompanying statement was not exercising a constitutional authority to veto a purported piece of legislation. The court held that this return was a veto of the bill. In rejecting the concept of the governor's ability to return a bill for quote unquote clerical reasons, the court held if a governor returns a bill to the legislature with his objections, it's vetoed. And the fact that the objections did not go to substantive provisions of the bill was of no consequence. The governor's notion that he can administratively handle funding of the TANF rainy day funds for the Cedar facility is incorrect. And it is merely a non-legally binding explanation of his veto. In other words, I believe it is a mistaken understanding that impacts the constitutional validity of that veto. Thank you, Madam President. That being said, I think our Nebraska Constitution is clear in a host of different articles and sections regarding the separation of powers, regarding the appropriations process, and I think that there is a broad host of case law on point in Nebraska that helps us to understand how these issues play out. Again, this is not personal in regards to my friend Governor Pillen, but this is a really serious and significant legal issue that absolutely must be recorded and addressed. I would ask you to vote for the motion to remedy these legal and policy considerations. And I pledge to you, as I have pledged to the governor, to work diligently with the Appropriations Committee and the Health and Human Services Committee and the administration to finally come up with a long-term plan in regards to TANF rainy day funds. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Colleagues, this motion requires 30 votes. The question is, shall motion 1157 be adopted? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
19 ayes, 27 nays on the adoption of the motion, Madam President.
The motion is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, Senator Wayne would move to override the governor's line item veto on LB 814 in Section 105, Department of Health and Human Services, Program 502, Public Health Aid.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, colleagues, I woke up this morning and I wasn't going to drop this override. And then I finally read the governor's letter and I saw the word veto, but then the next sentence I saw the word over twice in it. So I thought it was a sign to override. But as I look out here, I can see the writing on the wall and I can see the body and where we are. And plus, I still have the bill next year. That is still my priority bill that's not in the budget. So even though this is an important issue to my community, and I think this is an important issue that we have to deal with, we will find ways to deal with this next year. And so I will withdraw my motion 1158.
It is withdrawn. Thank you, Senator Wayne. Mr. Clerk.
Madam President, some items. Letter from the governor, engrossed legislative bill 754E, 754AE, 243E, 243AE, 583E, and 583AE were received in my office on May 25th, 2023. These bills were signed and delivered to the Secretary of State on May 31st, 2023. Signed, sincerely, Jim Pillen, Governor. Additional communication from the governor. Dear Mr. President, Speaker Arch, and members of the legislature, on August 30th, 2022, former Governor Ricketts appointed Guinevere Aspen to the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education. Ms. Aspen has recently submitted a resignation effective May 9th, 2023. Accordingly, I hereby respectfully request you withdraw her from consideration for confirmation. Her contact information is as follows. Please contact my office if you have any questions. Sincerely, Jim Pillen, Governor. Madam President, next item on the agenda, motions override. Legislative Bill 818. Senator Clements, the Appropriations Committee would move to override the governor's line item veto in LB 818, Section 34, subsection 32, and Section 34, subsection 33, with MO 1152.
Senator Clements, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Madam President. This is LB 818 is a cash reserve transfer bill. And the item involved here is also regarding the housing, the rural workforce housing and middle income workforce housing. This is transferring funds to the general fund, and the housing veto in LB 814 was sustained. That removed the ability to disperse the funds provided by LB 818, making this item a moot point. I urge a no vote so that a conflict does not occur between the two budget bills. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Clements, you're recognized to close on your motion. Senator Clements waives close. Colleagues, this motion requires 30 votes. The question is, shall motion 1152 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
1A, 30 nays, Madam President, on the motion to override.
The motion is not successful. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, Senator Wayne would move to override the governor's line item veto in LB 818, Section 15.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I would ask everybody to vote green on this to see what happens when the first part of the bill did not go forward. I just kind of want to cause some confusion. So let's just see what happens. Don't vote green because you want to override. We were just trying to cause confusion. So let's vote green, cause some confusion on the last day. See, I don't know. Do they pull it back to fix the button? It's like, this is a great idea. What happens? Does anybody know? This is why we're going to vote green. Thank you. I withdraw this motion.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. It is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk. Senator Breezy, you're recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as you know, our legal counsel to the executive board, Trevor Fitzgerald, lost his father unexpectedly last week. And we have a resolution in honor of his father, signed by all of us, that I'd like to read and then present to Trevor. Resolution 108th Legislature, first session. Whereas Bill Fitzgerald was a loving husband, father, and grandfather, and a friend to many. And whereas Bill was a true leader in high school athletics throughout the state of Nebraska. And whereas Bill had a successful career at numerous schools in Nebraska, including as the activities director and assistant principal at Fremont High School. And whereas Bill was the executive director of the Nebraska State Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. And whereas Bill Fitzgerald will be greatly missed by his family, friends, and colleagues. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the members of the 108th Legislature of Nebraska, first session, that the legislature recognizes Bill for his contributions to his community and the state of Nebraska and offers its condolences to the family of Bill Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Mr. Clerk.
Madam President, committee reports. The Health and Human Services Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Noah Bernhardson to the Board of Emergency Medical Services.
Senator Hansen, you're welcome to open on the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, I do have two more gubernatorial appointments to go through, and I'm sure they'll be pretty quick and easy to get through. So first up is Dr. Noah Bernhardson, who is his confirmation by the legislature to the Nebraska Board of Emergency Medical Services. Dr. Bernhardson is a board-certified emergency medicine and EMS physician and currently works both in the emergency department as well as in the role of physician medical director for multiple volunteer agencies in the state. He currently serves as a representative to the EMS Oversight Authority Board in Lancaster County and is also a member of the Nebraska Task Force 1 as a medical team manager. Prior to attending medical school, he was a licensed and practicing firefighter and paramedic. Currently, he holds an active paramedic license as well as a physician's license in the state. I would ask for your green vote to approve Noah Bernhardson to the Nebraska Board of Emergency Medical Services. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hansen, you're recognized to close. Senator Hansen waves. The question is the adoption of the report offered by the Health and Human Services Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Madam President.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Madam President, the Health and Human Services Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Timothy A. Tesmer as Chief Medical Officer of the Division of Public Health, Department of Health and Human Services.
Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open on the confirmation report of the Health and Human Services Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. The Health and Human Services Committee is reporting Dr. Timothy Tesmer for confirmation by the legislature for the position of Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Health and Human Services. Dr. Tesmer comes to the department from his private practice as an ear, nose, and throat specialist. Prior to starting his practice, he was at the CHI's Physician Network, ENT Nebraska, where he served as a physician specializing in ear, nose, and throat otolaryngology. Dr. Tesmer holds a Bachelor of Science from Nebraska Wesleyan University. He earned his MD from the University of Nebraska College of Medicine. Dr. Tesmer also completed an internship in general surgery and a residency in otolaryngology at the University of Louisville School of Medicine. Dr. Tesmer is certified by the American Board of Otolaryngology. Dr. Tesmer has a long history of public service evidenced by his service on the Nebraska State Board of Health since 2010 and currently serving as the board's chair. We believe the department will benefit greatly from Dr. Tesmer's experience and knowledge in the world of medicine, and we would ask for your green vote for his confirmation to the position of Chief Medical Officer. And one other thing, I am handing out a letter from the Nebraska Medical Association in support of Dr. Tesmer's nomination. Just thought it'd be some pertinent information for people to have. So with that, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Reapy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I do serve as a member of the Health and Human Services Committee, and I did vote for Dr. Tesmer. I think he's eminently qualified. He has been in the community for a number of years, and I think he will do an excellent job. We do understand that he will have a difficult job, probably more difficult than medical directors have had in the past, just because of some of the issues that will be coming before him. But he's up to the task. He's a quality individual. And I give up the rest of my time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Reapy. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to Dr. Tesmer's appointment to the board, to the Chief Medical Officer. I have several concerns. Starting with, I actually would ask if Senator Hansen would yield to a question. In his testimony or his hearing, Senator Reapy asked Dr. Tesmer about the October 1 enacting date of LB 574. But Senator Hansen, would you yield to a question?
Senator Hansen, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. So in the hearing, Dr. Tesmer mentioned, Senator Reapy asked about the October 1 date, and Dr. Tesmer said that he would not be able to have the rules and regulations promulgated for LB 574 by October 1st. Was that your understanding?
I believe he said not, or they were going to do their best to, but probably not. I don't know if the exact terminology, but yes, he could have very well said not, no.
Well, I believe when we asked if there was a timeline, he wasn't able to give us one at all.
Yes.
But he said not October 1.
Correct.
Okay. So is it your understanding then, starting October 1, if rules and regulations have not been promulgated by the Chief Medical Officer, that we will have a total ban on gender affirming care in Nebraska until we have rules and regulations promulgated?
We were looking into that, and we're trying to verify with the Attorney General's office, but that could very well be the possibility, yes.
Was that the intention when you introduced the amendment?
No.
Was the intention to have the rules and regulations promulgated on October 1st?
That was my intention.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted that stated for the record because I didn't know another time to have that clarifying point. Whether or not the timeline fits for Dr. Tesmer is not actually what my opposition is. I just wanted to get that point clarified. I did have concerns about Dr. Tesmer. I'll start with Senator Hansen asked him a question about handling the public health crisis of COVID and mandates, and he said that he did believe that some mandates can be helpful, and which I think maybe, possibly, but the mandates that he specifically spoke to was that he supported mandates on childhood vaccinations. And I found that to be a concerning point because we currently do not have a mandate on childhood vaccinations. We have specific rules and regulations for childhood vaccinations in specific settings, mostly educational settings, and that is one of the reasons that parents may choose to homeschool their children. It's because they don't want to do those vaccinations. So I found that to be a concerning comment that he made, and that he also mentioned flu vaccines, but that wasn't as specific as a mandate. But I did think that that was concerning. Additional concerns that I had were around discrimination and his openness in stating that he was comfortable with discrimination. And the specifics of that conversation were specific to LB 574 and the surgical piece of LB 574 and the prohibition on surgery for trans youth. And this discussion was singularly focused on top surgery, and that Dr. Tesmer feels that it is okay and appropriate for teenagers under the age of 19 to have breast reduction, breast augmentation, surgery, etc., if they identify as the gender that they were assigned at birth. And he did not feel it was appropriate for someone under the age of 19 to have top surgery if they identified not as the gender that they were assigned at birth. And that level of open discrimination I find to be very upsetting and disturbing and pervasive with Dr. Tesmer, and it was very consistent. I gave him numerous opportunities to clarify for the record or to restate his position, and he restated the same position repeatedly. The next thing that I'd like to talk about is his role on the State Board of Health. And Madam President, I will just yield and begin my next time.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized then.
Thank you. His role on the Board of Health. He was the chair of the Board of Health when 574 was happening. He was the chair of the Board of Health when the resolution that was discussed yesterday with Dr. Jamie Dodge was presented and voted on, and he was present for all of that. And when I asked him about the role of the Board of Health and the understanding of the scope of practice process, he acknowledged that it was willfully disregarded, that the Board of Health didn't follow a scope of practice process when it came to LB 574, and that he signed on to that letter. He agreed to that letter because of the irreversible piece of the legislation, which brings me back to the discrimination and the willingness to openly discriminate against trans kids because they are trans kids. He signed onto a letter that we know was colluded on and drafted in cohort with Senator Kauth and the Board of Health, done in secret, rushed through, and he signed on to it because it aligned with his discriminatory views towards trans children. And that, colleagues, is not the standard that we should have for the chief medical officer of this state. Period. Period. There is a lack of judgment. There is a willfulness and discrimination. There is reasonable argument against Dr. Tesmer, and I hope that you all will consider that. I'm concerned about his views on vaccine mandates for children. I'm concerned about his view about LGBTQ kids. I'm concerned about his willfulness to disregard his own Board of Health's scope of practice processes. This does not, to me, show someone of good thinking, logical thinking, someone who's going to work in good stead with us and partner with the medical community. Additionally, I asked some members of the medical community who do gender affirming care and was informed that Dr. Tesmer never met with them, that the governor refused to meet with them, and this person will be working under the discretion of the governor. And it is very concerning to me that we have tasked this individual with the delegation of promulgating rules and regulations around LB 574 and healthcare. And they have shown a disregard for working with those people. Again, as I have said many times before, I hope I am wrong. I want to be proven wrong. But every opportunity that I gave to Dr. Tesmer to prove me wrong, he did not take. He stood firm in his beliefs. He stood firm in his actions. And I do not believe that this is who we should have at the helm of healthcare in Nebraska. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hansen waves close. The question is the adoption of the committee report offered by the Health and Human Services Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, 11 nays on the adoption of the report.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, the next motion I have, offered by Senator Conrad, would be to reconsider the vote on the confirmation of Jason Hayes to the Public Employees Retirement Board. This report was found on page 1742 of the Journal.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Appreciate your time and consideration of this motion before you today. I want to be very clear. I rise not to cast aspersions upon the process or the applicant, but I wanted to also acknowledge something that was evident in regards to how this confirmation played out. And it is through no one's fault, but due to the compressed nature of our work and having to tackle so many challenging issues in such a short period of time. And I think that when we do recognize that perhaps we haven't had an opportunity to do our due diligence, that we do have safety valves within our rules to provide for a motion to reconsider. So Mr. Hayes was before the Retirement Systems Committee in regards to this very important position in state government. And the next day was then initially confirmed by the legislature. If you go back and you revisit the initial vote in that regard, you can see, as is no surprise in a nonpartisan body, perhaps a very interesting vote from a political perspective. So as a member of the Retirement Committee, I had a chance then to kind of look at that vote and see that perhaps there were some concerns there that were not otherwise evident. So I had a chance to talk with some different colleagues, and they felt that it would be appropriate under our rules to give us some additional time to do our due diligence in regards to this critical position in state government. So with that, I filed a motion to reconsider as is permitted under our rules. And I think it will provide an opportunity for us to just perhaps hit the pause button and ensure that we have a thoughtful process in place, both in terms of selecting the nominee and perhaps a little bit more breathing room when we're considering important political appointments like this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I agree with Senator Conrad that this is definitely part of the process, and if people want to reconsider, but also let's make sure we understand the process. This process started months ago. This process started with DAS, a posting. From around the country, applicants came in. 18 people applied for this position. At that point, the PERB board narrowed it down to 6, have 6 interviews out of those 18. sit through those 6 interviews. Then they narrowed it again to the top 2 candidates, and they said, okay, we're going to have a public interview with these top 2 candidates. Then they unanimously came back and said, we want Jason Hayes to fill Randy Gerke's position upon retirement, June 20th. Those are facts. At that point, starting and going back to 1971, this process has been going on. In 1996, they add the governor's office and this body to the process. So this is definitely part of the process. So it goes to the governor's office. His team looks at it. The governor says, yes, thumbs up on Jason Hayes. It comes to the retirement committee. We schedule a hearing. We have Jason there. There's one proponent and his wife that attend. We ask questions. We vote 5-0 with one person absent, and that was Senator Conrad, to move Jason onto this body. Last Wednesday, we vote, and Senator Conrad is correct. It wasn't unanimous, and it was different people voting different ways, but we voted, 29 of us voted in favor, 4 opposed, 10 not voting, and 6 were excused. So at that point, the process was done. I think what we have to try to concentrate on today, was the process fair? What you have in front of you, you have the letter from the governor, but you also have Jason Hayes' resume. Is he qualified? Is it a fair process? And does he have the qualifications and the experience? Those are all yes. Those are all definitely yes. Again, reconsidering this, absolutely. This is part of the process, and Senator Conrad, as I mentioned, was not at the retirement hearing that day, so she has every right to bring this back. But again, I don't think we should concentrate on anything but the process, and is Jason Hayes qualified and experienced? And then on top of it, you look at, there's a couple letters in there, again, from the governor, saying yes, thumbs up to Jason Hayes. And then also you have, earlier today, we were talking about Mike Foley. Talking about Mike Foley and the governor. They were disagreeing on the budget, and we had that discussion on the governor overrides. Well, read Mike Foley's letter and his working experience with Jason Hayes. Go through his resume. Jason Hayes is definitely qualified. This process has been going on for months. Again, 18 people participated around the country. They narrowed that to 6. They had interviews, and they narrowed it again to 2 with a public interview. Went through the governor's office, thumbs up, comes to us as the retirement committee. We vote 5-0. Last Wednesday, we bring Jason and his resume to the floor and his qualifications. Again, qualifications and experience. And we vote, at least 29 of us at that moment in time voted yes on Jason. So he, again, going to start June 20th, but now Senator Conrad again has the right to bring this up. I just think the process is fair. I think Jason is qualified, and his experience is outstanding, and I believe we should not change our vote from last Wednesday. And again, Jason is ready to start June 20th. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam President. So, and I didn't give him a heads up, so I might ask some questions for Senator McDonald. But I've known Jason, Mr. Hayes, for a while, and I'm looking at the resume, and maybe I'm confused of what the job is. So, Senator McDonald, could you yield to a question, please?
Senator McDonald, will you yield?
Yes.
So what is the responsibility of the Public Employees Retirement Board? What are their responsibilities?
Well, what Jason Hayes is filling is currently Randy Gerke. He would be a member of the board, but a non-voting member of the board. But he would be the director of the Nebraska Public Employees Retirement Board, leading the team of 58 employees in the state of Nebraska.
Oh, he's actually an employee. He's not just sitting on the board?
He's an employee.
He's an employee, a state employee.
Correct.
So, and he's doing what?
He would be the director, taking Randy Gerke's current position of the Nebraska Public Employees Retirement Board.
So how many people would he be managing?
I believe 58.
Has he managed 58 people before or anywhere close?
Yes, and I think if you go back to the idea of going back to, if you look in your packet, I handed out to Mike Foley's letter and his experience going back to working with Mike Foley, the idea of going back to the treasurer's office. I became state auditor in 2007. It was the first time that Jason took a senior position in the state treasurer's office under Shane Osborne. He later became legal counsel to NPERS and was interacted yet again while I was state auditor. In addition, Jason has been an adjunct professor, goes through the, and then
No, I know, I've read all that, but I still don't understand where it shows that he's had a management position of managing a whole organization and 50 people. I mean, that's a significant job. So maybe it's because I'm looking, he's been at the Nebraska State Education Association since 2012. So that's 11 years there. And then an adjunct professor at Doane, state agency legal counsel for 2 years, which is the public employees retirement system. So he did work there as legal counsel. Then executive director of the Nebraska Tax Research Council, which I don't think has a lot of people. Chief Deputy State Treasurer and Legal Counsel, that would be under Shane Osborne, I'm guessing, from 2007 to 2009, so that's 2 years. And then Legislative Committee Legal Counsel, so would have been, I think that's the Exec Committee Legal Counsel for 4 years. And Assistant Attorney. So he's been basically in state government or in associations most of his career. Am I reading that right?
I have an answer.
Okay, thank you. I think I can still ask you a question.
Can I?
Yes. Would Senator McDonald please yield to a question?
Would Senator McDonald yield?
Senator,
If you look at the resume and you go back to the Chief Deputy State Treasurer, he was managing 50 people.
okay, so he did that in 7 and 9. But his current last 10 years, he's not been managing people, has he?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In the last 10 years, he has not been managing people.
No, I could get
1
that
minute.
job description, but no, I'm going back to when he was Chief Deputy State Treasurer, he was managing 50 people.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator McDonald. And it is somewhat about the process, and we've been a really busy year, so I understand that. But I believe, and then somebody on their own time can correct me, that the hearing was the day before it came to the floor. I didn't know anything about this until I saw it on the agenda. And usually when we have nominees, they reach out to people and say, I'm been nominated, or you get a letter, or you get a phone call, or you get something. And this one just seemed to me to come kind of out of nowhere. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Just to try to, thank you, Madam President, follow up on the hearing and the date, and again, trying to get things done at the end of the session. Yes, the hearing was scheduled, and we brought it to the floor last Wednesday. But again, going back to the process and going back to these qualifications and going back to the PER board and the work they did, and again, the 18 people that applied, going through that process. This process has been going on for months. And again, looking at, as you can all go through the packet I handed out, Jason's qualifications and experience, and then going through the process and finishing in the position he did for the PER board to unanimously select him. I stand behind the process. I stand behind the retirement committee's vote of 5-0 last week, and again last Wednesday to the floor vote of 29 people confirming the governor's confirmation of Jason Hayes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, writing too many notes on my desk. Another thing, I think when you did a good job of, Senator McDonald did, of telling us what the process was. He mentioned that in 1996, I guess before then, the legislature nor the governor were involved, which I find somewhat astounding. But in 96, they decided the governor's office and the legislature should be involved. So I'm assuming that something happened pre-1996 that caused issues. And if there's anybody on the floor that could explain the history of that, I would appreciate it. I think I know who was governor in 96, but I don't want to embarrass him. Well, I do know it was Ben Nelson. Ben Nelson was governor in 96. So I wonder what stir up there was that they decided they needed to be involved in this. Would Senator McDonald yield for another question? And I'm sorry, I'm not giving you a heads up, but.
Senator McDonald, will you yield?
Yes.
So do they manage money at all, or it's just, what do these 50 employees do?
Oh, yes, they're in charge of, actually, if you look, and I can give you the full report, just to make sure you all understand that they do an annual report, and the dollars they're managing through the legislature, the retirement committee, they report every year to us, and I'll make that available for us, for all of you. But yes, they manage the funds for the employees throughout the state. And again, Randy Gerke, who has just done an amazing job, and where we are sitting financially, I can get that report handed out to you, but they are responsible for the future of our state employees and their retirement.
So they actually invest and manage the money, or a different board does that? They actually.
No, that's their responsibility.
So if you were going to be a manager, what is that? How many hundreds of millions of dollars are they managing?
I can get that. I can look that up for you right now.
But I'm guessing it's hundreds of millions, right? Not billions.
Yes.
So when they want people there that have been managing money previously?
Can you find how much? 1.1 billion.
Yes, we're still talking. I think we can.
Can I
yes.
answer that? Okay.
Yes.
So we're looking at 18.7 billion in assets. Now, the investment council, of course, is going to do the investments, but the idea of NPERS proudly serves 150,585 members and retirees. 1 in 13 Nebraskans are members of NPERS. 1.1 billion NPERS distributed over the last year, or they've distributed with an average monthly benefit of $2,217. 88% of the retirement benefit distributions remain within the Nebraska economy. 27.8 million was NPERS retirement distributions aid. I can give you all the more statistics and hand it out also.
Okay, so I'll go back to my original question. If that's their job to manage money, and that sounds like their job, then why wouldn't the person running that have experience in managing money?
No, yeah, so you have the investment council that is doing so. Michael Walden Newman, who's an ex officio of this board, he's not a voting member of the board, and neither was Randy Gerke or Jason Hayes, but then they go through the investment council.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator McDonald. He may be the greatest choice. I just don't like how quickly this kind of came up without a lot of research, and I would really like to know why in 1996
1 minute.
the legislature and the governor decided they should be involved, because I'm guessing it was because something didn't go as planned. And we have already had experience, we know, with the Omaha Public School System. When you're not paying attention to this, bad things happen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Conrad, you are welcome to close on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for the thoughtful review of qualifications and process. And I've had an opportunity to visit with quite a few members and just wanted to be really clear about kind of the procedural issues before us. So it doesn't happen frequently, but you may remember, I think there was a keynote bill perhaps that Senator John Kavanaugh had earlier in this session, and there was an amendment that he was running there, and it ultimately was, well, initially it was unsuccessful. And then any member who is in the affirmative, voting yes, or present not voting, can file a motion to reconsider. So Senator Kavanaugh at that time, I probably think he probably switched to present not voting, and then he was able to file the motion to reconsider. That gave an opportunity for members to get a little bit more information, to perhaps rethink the vote that they had just cast, and then that amendment to the Keno bill ultimately was adopted and became part of the law. So it's a very similar situation before us today, friends. So the first vote is on my motion, the motion to reconsider. If the majority agrees that we should reconsider the question, so a green vote, a vote yes for the motion to reconsider, would then set up a second vote as to whether or not we confirm this appointment. So I would ask for a green vote on the motion, and if that is successful, a red vote on the confirmation of the appointment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, the vote before us is regarding the motion to reconsider. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
30 yeas, 10 nays on the motion to reconsider the appointment.
The motion to reconsider was successful. Senator McDonald, you are now recognized to open on the confirmation report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I believe that Jason Hayes is qualified. I believe that we went through the process, and going back to that process where there was the application process through DAS, and at that point you get the applicants of 16 people. They are 18 people. You narrow that down to 6 people through that interview process, are interviewed, and then 2 are interviewed publicly. So at that point, there is no issue that the process is being fairly done. At that point, the PERB board says, okay, we think this is the person to lead us and take Randy's position upon retirement. At that point, it goes to the governor. The governor, again, in his letter, recommends Jason Hayes. We have supporting documentation, again, from Mike Foley, who has worked with Jason, and then you just go through his resume. So that's what we looked at as the retirement committee. And the retirement committee then had a hearing. We voted 5-0 to bring that Jason to the floor. And then last Wednesday, when we voted, there was 29 of us that voted yes on Jason Hayes, 4 that were voting no, and then there was 10 present not voting, and 6 were excused. But also, I want to read the letter that I handed out based on the committee and what they're telling us, why their recommendation, and going back to, they just updated it on May 31st for today. Recommendation of Nebraska Public Employees Retirement System Director Jason Hayes. My name is Kelly Ackerman. I am chairperson of the Public Employees Retirement Board, PERB. The board conducted an extensive nationwide search for the Nebraska Public Employees Retirement System and PERB's director position. 6 finalists, semifinalists were interviewed, were conducted by the personnel committee of the PERB. 2 finalists were then selected by the PERB board to have public interviews. Jason Hayes was unanimously selected by the PERB as the NPERS director on April 17, 2023. Jason brings his knowledge of retirement plans, great leadership throughout his career and the ability to work collaboratively as a key attributes being an outstanding director. His valuable experience of working for the Nebraska State Treasurer's Office and the Nebraska Department of Justice shows the commitment of public servant leader. His previous work in NPERS and knowledge of retirement issues in Nebraska will make him a great leader for the system. As director, he will continue to communicate retirement plans needs with the retirement committee of the legislature. Jason Hayes will begin his duties as NPERS director on June 20th, 2023. Governor Pillen has officially appointed Mr. Hayes to this position on the recommendation of the board. Jason Hayes will provide sound leadership and provide great management of the agency. He has a strong work ethic and great communication skills. His experience with the NPERS office and retirement plan will be instrumental in completing the multi-year OSERS management transfer project of September 1st, 2024. The PERB fully supports Jason Hayes as a new director of NPERS. Signed, sincerely, Kelly Ackerman, Public Employees Retirement Board Chairperson. So going through the process and having these people, these 8 that serve on that board, and looking at all the applicants, looking at Jason's qualifications, knowing that his experience and qualifications, and again, having a fair process, having the governor's office have an opportunity to look at that and pass that on to us with a approval. I believe we should support the retirement committee, their recommendation, and the governor and the PERB board and the process going back to confirming Jason Hayes for a second time as we did last Wednesday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kauth, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know, unlike Mr. Hayes, but listening to Senator Linehan's comments about the dangers of not having the right person at the helm of a retirement position, especially in light of what happened with Omaha Public Schools, it gives me pause. This is an incredibly important job. It handles millions upon millions of dollars that our state employees depend on for their retirement. The qualification requirements are, and I just pulled this up online, the successful candidate will have an advanced degree, preferably in business administration, public administration, finance or accounting, or a related field, relevant training in, experience with, or demonstrated knowledge of qualified public employee retirement plan administration, as well as supervisory or management experience. And I'm just wondering if Mr. Hayes's experience lines up enough with this position, and I'd like a little bit more research into it. Again, this is responsible for millions upon millions of dollars, and if it's handled wrong, we will, as a state, be asked to cover the loss for those state employees who don't have the funds that they need to retire. So I would like to have more information about this. Thank you.
Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Just a little bit more information, and you look at the the NPERS and what they're responsible for versus the idea of what was brought up just recently about OSERS. You look at what happened in Omaha. And again, what we've done down here as a legislature to make sure that doesn't happen in the future, because that's something else that's time sensitive. By next year, approximately at this time, late fall, early fall, we have to complete that direction that we gave them on OSERS as a body, because that will be adding a 9th member based on Omaha now being part. Again, we never took on the liability, we never took on the responsibility of the problems they've had in the past, but managing it going forward. But I want to make sure this is clear based on the administrative side versus the investment side and how that works. And the vision for the Nebraska Public Retirees System seeks to administer the retirement system with the service, integrity, and commitment for the exclusive benefit and plan members to ensure retirement security for the future. Mission: the Nebraska Public Employees Retirement System recognizes the importance of successful retirement dedicated to providing the highest quality service necessary to assist members in achieving this goal. Agency's goal to administer each retirement plan in full compliance with the federal law and state laws, to operate our agency efficiently and responsibly in order to maintain the trust of our members, our plan employees, and separate branches of government and the public as a whole, to guard the integrity of our system, assets, and accuracy of the data, to monitor benefit patterns and funding levels, various retirement plans, and policy to continue to improve the technology in order to achieve those high level. Then the agency's statutory authority, the Public Employees Retirement PERB, is entrusted with the administration of the Nebraska Public Employees Retirement System in PERS, and it goes through the different statutes. The idea of looking at this, and we're looking at it with very little experience as a body, but having the people that have sat on this board, on the PERB board, and they're saying unanimously, we think Jason Hayes has the qualifications and the experience to do this job. After starting off with a nationwide search, but again, starting off with 18 applicants and narrowing those down to 2, and then finally selecting Jason. I don't think at this point, again, with the governor's office also looking at their recommendation and signing off and saying, yes, I'll support Jason Hayes for this position, that we have that knowledge, unless someone wants to bring up something that within his resume that he does not have the experience, that he does not have the qualifications, or that the process wasn't fair. But if outside of those things, if your answers are yes, he has the experience, yes, he has the qualifications, yes, it was a fair process, then we should vote green to appoint Jason, just like we did last Wednesday when there was 29 of us that voted green and supported what the governor's recommendation was and the PERB board unanimously after they went through the hiring process. And it was, I believe, a fair process, and Jason is qualified, and Jason definitely has the experience. So I'm asking you to vote green on the Jason Hayes reappointment that we did last Wednesday. Thank you.
Seeing no one left in the queue, you are welcome to close on your confirmation report. Senator McDonald.
Again, just going through the process, asking you to vote green. Again, trusting the process, agreeing with the governor on Jason Hayes, agreeing with the PERB board, and agreeing with DAS, the process that they went through, that it was a fair process, that Jason is definitely qualified and has the experience, and will do a good job leading Emperors into the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, the issue before the body is the adoption of the report from the Retirement Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? Mr. Clerk, please record.
20 yeas, 14 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, items quickly. Communication from the clerk to the Secretary of State forwarding LB 814 with certificate attached thereto signed by the President of the Legislature certifying the passage of certain line item vetoes. Additional communication from the clerk to the Secretary of State indicating there were no line item vetoes on LB 818E. Committee reports from the Agriculture Committee concerning gubernatorial appointments to the Nebraska State Fair Board as well as Nebraska Brand Committee. Name add, Senator Boston, name added to LB 76, Jacobson and Lippincott to LB 384, Senator Boston, LB 447, Senator Vargas 705, Ballard and Wishart 732, and Senator Von Gillern, name added to LR 229. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Legislative Bill 814E, having been returned by the governor with his signature, but with certain items therein line item vetoed, the legislature by the constitutional majority has overridden a line item veto, and having passed the legislature by the constitutional majority, the bill has become law this 31st day of May 2023. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, priority motion, Senator Rabel would move to adjourn the body until Thursday, June 1st, 2023 at 10 o'clock a.m. 10 o'clock a.m.
Senators, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.